Chapter 142. The second tribulation thunder was twice as strong as the first, and it struck twice. Without the protection of the formation and restriction, the serpent could only bear it by itself. As a demonic beast, the serpent devourer of heaven could not use any powerful magic treasures, but God had given it a very strong body. Its scales were very hard. After taking the two tribulation thunder, the serpent was still coiled in the air without any damage. After the third tribulation thunder brewed for 10 minutes, it struck 3 times in a row. Each tribulation thunder was twice as strong as the second tribulation thunder, and it directly blasted the serpent to the ground. Roar! After a dragon roar, the serpent still flew into the air without any damage. It raised its head and looked at the yin-yang fish spinning rapidly in the sky. Its 2 front claws were clenched into fists, and it had a heroic spirit to fight against God. The fourth wave of tribulation lightning only made the big snake wait for an hour before it came crashing down. 4 blue tribulation lightning bolts struck the big snake's body one after another, causing the big snake's body to fiercely smash into the ground. The 4 scales on its waist were directly shattered. This time, the serpent gasped for breath on the ground for 100 breaths of time before it rose into the air again. Its wounds were charred black, and black smoke was rising in spirals. But the serpent was still very excited. The dragon's roar continued to shake between heaven and earth, even covering the roar of the thunder. The fifth tribulation thunder gave the serpent 4 hours to recover before it struck one after another. The fiery red tribulation thunder violently boiled the space where it passed. The serpent knew that it had to deal with it with all its strength this time, so it spat out its demonic fire. The scorching fire wave and the fiery red tribulation thunder instantly met. In 2 breaths, all 5 tribulation thunder dissipated. That wave of fire was formed by the fusion of a high-grade demonic fire and the hidden flame heavenly fire. Even an 8th tribulation expert would not dare to take it head-on. It was more than enough to withstand the 5th wave of tribulation thunder. If the serpent had used this demonic fire before, it would not have been hurt at all. However, the tribulation thunder was very useful for tempering the body. If the body could withstand it, it was better not to use external forces. Almost all the cultivators who were about to pass the tribulation or had already passed the tribulation knew this. The 4th wave of tribulation thunder was already able to injure the serpent devourer of heaven, so it naturally did not dare to take the 5th wave head-on. The 6th wave of tribulation lightning made the snake wait for an entire day. The silver-white tribulation lightning fell straight down like giant swords, bombarding the wave of fire that the snake had just spat out. However, it was still unable to do anything to the wave of fire. Shaolin Yu could sense that the 6th wave of tribulation lightning was equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 6th tribulation expert. Even a low-grade defensive immortal artifact would not have a problem blocking it. The 7th wave of tribulation lightning gave the serpent 10 days. The golden tribulation lightning whizzed down, its mighty power causing Shaolin Yu, who was watching from outside the range of the tribulation lightning, to frown. The golden tribulation lightning struck the scorching wave of fire. Although it didn't disperse the wave of fire, it still struck the serpent after its power was reduced by more than half. Immediately, the serpent was wrapped in a golden electric current, and then it fell from the sky. The 7th wave of tribulation lightning was over in a breath's time, but the serpent did not get up again for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the tribulation lightning was still increasing in power, and if it were not for the fact that the serpent was still alive, Shaolin Yu was afraid that he would have rushed over to see what was going on. This time, it took the serpent 3 days to fly again. Although only a small part of the 7th wave of tribulation lightning's power acted on the serpent, it was still able to seriously injure it. Although the serpent was able to fly, it was no longer as high-spirited as before. The golden electric light exploded on its body, causing all the scales on its body to crack. The piercing pain was still tormenting it. However, this was only the 7th wave. There were more powerful 8th and 9th waves after that. The serpent had improved too quickly from the spirit-severing stage to the late stage of the crossing calamity stage, and it had already paid the price for its rapid improvement. Fortunately, the 8th wave of tribulation lightning only arrived a month later. There were a total of 8 purple tribulation lightning bolts. They were like 9 purple lightning dragons flying from the sky, pouncing on the serpent. The serpent opened its mouth and spat out its dragon infant. The dragon infant also brought out the flame body formed by the fusion of the dark red demonic fire and the quiet flame heavenly fire. The dragon infant, which was already purple gold in color, held the ball of flame with its 2 front claws and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was blocked by the 8 purple tribulation lightning bolts. A single bolt of purple tribulation lightning was enough to cause the infant dragon to descend 300 meters. When the 7th bolt of purple tribulation lightning struck the ball of flames, the ball of flames suddenly exploded. The 8th bolt of purple tribulation lightning struck the infant dragon with all its might. After the ball of flame exploded, it instantly gathered together. However, the dragon infant was blasted deep into the ground. The serpent's body also fell from the sky weakly. Its life aura was extremely weak. Xiao Yu was burning with anxiety, but he did not dare to go over. He was also someone who was about to transcend the tribulation. If he appeared in the range of the tribulation, it was very likely that his chaos heavenly tribulation would overlap with the serpent's tribulation. At that time, he and the serpent would not be able to survive. This time, the serpent devourer of heaven crawled up when the 9th wave of tribulation lightning arrived, which was 3 months later. However, it also looked extremely weak. The dragon infant was severely injured and could not recover in a short time. If Xiao Yu had not given it immortal-grade medicinal herbs, it would have been a problem if it could even crawl up now. No matter what, the 9th wave of tribulation lightning had to be faced. However, the 9th wave of tribulation lightning was not focused on attack. It was a test of the realm of the soul and also the cultivation of the cultivator's state of mind. There was only 1 bolt of tribulation lightning in the 9th wave, and it was purple. It was the same as the 8th wave of tribulation lightning. However, there was a hazy black mist mixed in with the purple tribulation lightning. The flame of the serpent was able to dissipate more than half of the tribulation lightning's power. When the purple tribulation lightning struck the serpent couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Then its body rolled and twisted in the large pit on the ground. The tribulation lightning did not turn the serpent into ashes. As long as the serpent could pass the test of its mental state, it could be considered to have passed the tribulation without any danger. The black mist completely enveloped the serpent's soul. As the serpent's master, Xiao Yu could no longer have any mental connection with the serpent. He could only watch from afar and pray for the serpent silently. His palms were sweaty. Demon cultivators generally had simple minds. Some were naturally docile, while others were naturally violent. In their lifetime of cultivation, they were not as colorful as some human cultivators. They also rarely schemed and plotted. Therefore, their state of mind was very simple. Most demon cultivators would not encounter any mental demons at the end of their cultivation. This was especially true for the serpent. When it was in the desolate ancient forest of the Feiyu continent, there were too many strong cultivators there. It rarely left the pool and cultivated alone. After its strength increased, it had always been in Xiao Yu's spirit beast bag. It basically did not encounter any setbacks or difficulties. This made its state of mind very peaceful and simple. Of course, the mental demons still had some effect on the serpent. However, it only took the serpent less than 4 hours to break free from the mental demons. The moment the mental demons dissipated, the tribulation clouds in the sky also began to dissipate rapidly. A ray of colorful light fell from the sky and enveloped the serpent's body. Chapter 143. Although the heavenly tribulation was a test for cultivators, and for cultivators, this kind of test was very dangerous, but as long as they could survive it, the benefits they would obtain were unimaginable. Not only would they have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal world to continue cultivating, but they would also undergo a baptism, which would greatly improve the cultivator in all aspects. The serpent successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and in terms of cultivation level, it naturally reached the early stage of the Mahayana realm from the late stage of the tribulation passing stage. However, after this baptism, its azure dragon bloodline was completely released. In addition, it had absorbed a large amount of dragon souls and dragon essences to advance to a true dragon, causing its bloodline to become that of a true dragon. This should be the serpent's biggest gain. After 15 minutes of being wrapped in the multicolored light, the serpent and the tribulation clouds in the sky disappeared. The serpent, which was originally seriously injured and dying, was now glowing with glory again. It circled in the air in high spirits for a while before obediently flying to Shaolin Yu's side. Then, Shaolin Yu invited it into the spirit beast pouch to comprehend the Mahayana realm and familiarize itself with the benefits and innate magical powers brought by the true dragon bloodline. Shaolin Yu did not stay on this planet for long. After putting away the serpent, he rode the star chaser and flew into the starry sky. The serpent successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, which made Shaolin Yu feel happy but also anxious. The serpent's heavenly tribulation was already so powerful. Shaolin Yu really did not dare to say that he could survive the chaos heavenly tribulation that was 3 times stronger than this heavenly tribulation. In particular, even the serpent's demon fire could not resist the purple tribulation lightning. If it was 3 times stronger than the purple tribulation lightning, Shaolin Yu estimated that even a supreme-grade immortal weapon might not be able to completely defend against it. Therefore, Shaolin Yu would not be idle while searching for the cultivation continent. His first task was to deal with the Rainbow Thunder Oregon. Although the Rainbow Thunder ore was made of stone, it was not difficult to refine it. Shaolin Yu's primal chaos, true fire, could melt it. It only took 2 years to refine the Rainbow Thunder Oregon. At this time, Shaolin Yu's primal chaos true fire was wrapped in a ball of liquid that was constantly emitting a 7-colored light. Shaolin Yu put away the primal chaos primordial flame and took out a jade bottle to store the rainbow-colored liquid. Then, Shaolin Yu closed her eyes and began to meditate. Once again, she sorted out her gains over the years. At the same time, she tried her best to make her state of mind more mellow. After another 20 years, Shaolin Yu finally saw a thick cultivation continent floating in front of her eyes. This cultivation continent was so large that it was difficult to see where the ends of the continent were. Looking from afar, the entire continent was like a lone island in the sea of stars. Soon, Shaolin Yu arrived on this continent, but she didn't stop. Instead, she continued forward until she saw a city of cultivators before landing. After entering the city, Shaolin Yu began to purchase some special materials from various material stores. Not long after, he left the city. In a month's time, Shaolin Yu appeared in hundreds of cultivation continents. After purchasing all the materials he needed, he rode the chasing star and flew into the vast starry sky. However, this time, Shaolin Yu wasn't going to travel through the stars. Instead, she was going to choose an uninhabited planet to prepare for her tribulation. After finding a suitable planet, Shaolin Yu let the chasing star descend into the depths of the planet. Then, she took out a bathtub-shaped jade container and poured a bottle of dark red blood into it. Finally, she threw all the processed materials into the bathtub. After waiting quietly for a long time, Shaolin Yu took a deep breath. She took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. That's right, Shaolin Yu was going to undergo another transformation before the tribulation. This would increase his chances of success. The dark red blood came from the heavenly demonic fire lake in the Lich's secret realm. This blood was refined from many high-level demonic beasts that the Lich had killed. The quality of this blood was very high, and it was definitely suitable for Shaolin Yu to transform his body. However, this transformation was also risky, because the green immortal pearl in the phoenix feather released a cool energy it was difficult to control the corrosion of the dark red blood. Xiao Lingyu would have to endure unparalleled pain and torture. Although Xiao Lingyu had only been cultivating for a short period of time, he had experienced a lot. His state of mind had gradually matured, and he had also suffered a lot of hardships. In the end, he managed to endure the transformation of his body. The quality of his body had been greatly improved, and it was now comparable to a low-grade immortal artifact. The reason for such a great improvement was because the quality of the dark red blood was too high. After the transformation of his body, Xiao Lingyu didn't rush to transform his soul. Instead, he absorbed the rainbow-colored liquid extracted from the rainbow thunder essence into his body. It took a full year for the rainbow-colored liquid to be evenly distributed throughout Xiao Lingyu's body. This rainbow-colored energy could allow Xiao Lingyu's body to withstand stronger tribulation lightning. This was because the power of the tribulation lightning would be greatly offset and limited by the rainbow-colored energy after it invaded his body. After the rainbow-colored energy entered his body, it would only gradually disappear after being baptized by lightning. Xiao Lingyu didn't have to worry that it would overflow before he passed the tribulation. As for the next transformation of the soul, Xiao Lingyu also used his own experience and the cultivation of his state of mind in recent years to overcome it. His soul realm had surpassed the Deshang stage, and it should be comparable to the powerhouse of the fifth tribulation. Now, Xiao Lingyu could easily kill a 5 tribulation expert without using any magic treasures. If he used his immortal artifacts, he could even fight a 7 tribulation expert with an immortal artifact. Of course, this wasn't Xiao Lingyu's current goal. If he could pass the tribulation and smoothly advance to the chaotic convergence stage, then with all kinds of high-grade immortal artifacts, even an 8 tribulation expert would have to avoid him. As for how he would face a 9 tribulation expert, he didn't know. After all, he had never fought a 9 tribulation expert, and a 9 tribulation expert wasn't considered an itinerant immortal. After these preparations were done, Xiao Lingyu could clearly sense that he was locked on by the tribulation. In less than half a year, the chaotic heavenly tribulation would definitely come. Xiao Lingyu rode the chasing star and landed on the cultivation continent. After a few teleportations, he arrived at a very prosperous cultivation continent. Xiao Lingyu's master had once told him that if he wanted to pass the chaotic heavenly tribulation, he had to find a cultivation continent with a lot of cultivators. This was because the more cultivators there were, the less impure energy on the continent. The chaotic force would be relatively richer and purer, which was also helpful for passing the tribulation. The more cultivators there were, the more energy on the continent would be absorbed by those cultivators for cultivation. Those cultivators wouldn't cultivate the chaotic force. Therefore, his master had given him such advice. Xiao Lingyu didn't doubt at all. However, although the cultivation continent Xiao Lingyu chose had a lot of cultivators and looked very prosperous on the surface, it was a cultivation continent that had been discovered long ago. The cultivation resources here had been completely excavated by cultivators. Therefore, no experts were willing to stay here. This made Xiao Lingyu feel a lot more at ease. Xiao Lingyu chose a desert with very little spirit qi. After checking the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, he didn't find any experts. Only then did he settle down in the middle of the desert and quietly wait for the chaotic heavenly tribulation to come. Xiao Lingyu already knew that his level of formations and restrictions wouldn't be of any help when the serpent was going through the tribulation. Therefore, he didn't do those useless things. He just tried his best to calm himself down. More than 2 months passed. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled over the desert. They gathered together and formed a huge whirlpool. The vast heavenly might enveloped everything, causing living beings to tremble. Gusts of fierce wind swept up the sand and stones and wreaked havoc. The sound of thunder was like the beating of a divine drum from the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. Chapter 144. Not only were all the creatures in the desert trembling, but even Xiao Lingyu's expression was solemn. Many of the cultivators who were already in the desert or those who were about to enter the desert had their expressions change drastically, and they all left the desert. There were also many bold and confident cultivators who rushed over to take a look when they saw this strange phenomenon. However, they did not dare to come any closer after sensing the mighty heavenly might and the dangerous aura in the desert. They could only watch from afar. The tribulation clouds brewed for 2 hours before the first tribulation lightning struck. The bright white lightning zigzagged down and struck Shaolin Yu directly. The lightning immediately enveloped Shaolin Yu, but his body did not move at all. He did not show any signs of pain. Shaolin Yu was prepared to use his body, which was stronger than an inferior-grade immortal weapon, to withstand the first few tribulation lightning bolts. The attack of the first tribulation lightning was similar to that of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. This level of attack was like a tickle to Shaolin Yu's body. It could not deplete the rainbow energy in his body. 100 breaths later, the second wave of 2 tribulation lightning bolts struck one after another. However, they were at the level of a quasi-mortal weapon. Shaolin Yu easily withstood them. 10 minutes later, the third wave of 3 tribulation lightning bolts struck Shaolin Yu's body. However, it only made Shaolin Yu's body fall to the ground. It did not blast Shaolin Yu into the ground. The attack of the third wave of tribulation lightning was comparable to that of an inferior-grade immortal weapon. Naturally, it could not do anything to Shaolin Yu. After taking the third wave of tribulation lightning, Shaolin Yu could clearly feel that the power of the tribulation lightning was wreaking havoc all over his body. It could help his body remove the impurities and eliminate the side effects caused by the transformation of his body. Therefore, even though he knew that the fourth wave of tribulation lightning was very powerful, Shaolin Yu did not put up any defense. He allowed the tribulation lightning, which was comparable to a middle-grade immortal weapon, to strike him and blast him deep into the ground. The power of thunder turned into electric arcs and wreaked havoc on Shaolin Yu's body for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it stopped. Shaolin Yu flew out of the human-shaped pit with her face covered in dust and her entire body covered in black lines. Bah! Shaolin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and then sat down cross-legged to meditate. She wanted to use the 4 hours of rest to quickly recover. 4 hours later, Shaolin Yu had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. However, the benefits of the fourth wave of tribulation lightning were not small. The fifth wave of tribulation lightning was even more ferocious. Shaolin Yu still chose to endure it. As long as the power of the tribulation lightning was not enough to seriously injure him, he would not use his Dharma treasure. The fiery red tribulation lightning struck Shaolin Yu's shoulder. With just one strike, Shaolin Yu was blasted down from the sky. The following 4 strikes followed one after another, and all of them struck Shaolin Yu's body in the time it took to breathe. A heart-wrenching pain came from every part of his body. That wave of numbness actually caused Shaolin Yu to use an entire hour to recover from it. Shaolin Yu felt that all the bones and organs in his body were dislocated. If he did not have the energy of the 7-colored thunder essence in his body to help offset the tribulation lightning, he would definitely die miserably if he endured this wave of tribulation lightning. Without much time to think, Shaolin Yu quickly took out the elixirs and immortal herbs that he had prepared beforehand and consumed them. A day later, when the 6th wave of tribulation lightning arrived, Shaolin Yu had only recovered half of his strength. The serpent devourer of heaven's 6th wave of tribulation lightning was silver. Shaolin Yu's was the same. However, although the color was the same, the power was very different. The silver tribulation lightning that fell from the tribulation clouds was at least twice as powerful as the serpent's 6th wave of tribulation lightning. Shaolin Yu did not dare to take it head-on. His body could not withstand any of the following tribulation lightning. So he simply took out the golden shield of broken horn and the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs and let them block above his head. Relying on the defense of the 2 immortal artifacts, Shaolin Yu easily blocked the 6th wave of silver tribulation lightning. However, during this process, The two immortal artifacts' defense showed signs of instability. If Shaolin Yu could fully unleash the power of the immortal artifacts, it would be fine. However, he could not. Therefore, if he wanted to rely on these immortal artifacts to successfully pass the chaos heavenly tribulation, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The seventh wave of golden tribulation, lightning, still needed 10 days to arrive. Shaolin Yu seized the time to recuperate his body. He wanted to face the next wave of tribulation, lightning, in his peak state. 10 days later, the golden tribulation, lightning, arrived as expected. The golden tribulation lightning that carried a destructive aura was first weakened by half by the golden shield of broken horn, then weakened again by the divine light of the sixth demon, suppressing immortal orbs. However, a small portion of its power was used on Shaolin Yu, causing Shaolin Yu's body to crash to the ground and spit out blood continuously. After all the golden tribulation, lightning fell. Although the golden shield of broken horn was not damaged at all, it was blasted far away. The six demons suppressing immortal orbs also dimmed and dispersed. If a supreme-grade immortal artifact was like this, Shaolin Yu was naturally even worse. He was blasted deep into the ground, and his entire body was wrapped in golden arcs of lightning. The intense numbness almost made him faint, and he could no longer feel the pain at this time. The only thought in Shaolin Yu's mind was to tell himself that he had to hold on. He definitely could not faint. After the giant snake endured the seventh wave of tribulation lightning, it took it 3 days to get up. However, Shaolin Yu took a full 10 days to fly out of the huge hole his body made. He was even more miserable than before, as if he had just been fished out of a coal furnace. His entire body was black and emitted black smoke. This heavenly tribulation is too abnormal. It's only the 7th wave, and it almost took my life. How am I going to endure the 8 purple tribulation lightning of the 8th wave? Shaolin Yu was a little flustered and exasperated. Although he did not despair, he felt that his chances of surviving the chaos heavenly tribulation were not very high. The color and order of the tribulation lightning during his tribulation were the same as the giant snakes. However, the same wave of tribulation lightning was more than twice as powerful. The giant snake could endure it, but Shaolin Yu would not be able to survive to the end, even with the help of the immortal artifact's defense. Even if he survived the 8th wave of tribulation lightning, there was still the 9th wave, which was even more powerful, waiting for him. The chaos heavenly tribulation was not an ordinary tribulation. The difference between the two was the 9th wave of tribulation. The 9th wave of an ordinary tribulation would only be a purple tribulation lightning, and this tribulation lightning would be as powerful as the 8th wave. However, the last wave of the chaos heavenly tribulation was not a purple tribulation lightning, but a true chaos tribulation lightning. It was also a test of one's state of mind and soul. Shaolin Yu had been most worried about the last chaos tribulation lightning. However, he now felt that he might not even be able to survive the 8th wave of purple tribulation lightning. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside the area where Shaolin Yu was undergoing tribulation. Naturally, some of them could tell that someone was undergoing tribulation here. However, this was the first time they had seen such an abnormal heavenly tribulation. Many cultivators said that there was an expert at the peak of the 8th tribulation who was facing the 9th tribulation. In their imagination, only an 8th tribulation expert facing the 9th tribulation could attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This news also spread like wildfire. Many cultivators called their friends through supreme-grade communication spiritual beads, telling them to come and see the birth of a 9th tribulation expert or the death of an 8th tribulation expert under the heavenly tribulation. Such a big event naturally attracted the attention of many curious cultivators from other continents. This originally deserted desert became more and more lively, and many powerful cultivators came over. A 6th tribulation, loose celestial, stroked his beard and said with an envious expression on his face, "When I heard that an 8th tribulation, loose celestial, was undergoing a tribulation here, I didn't believe it at all. But now, I'm completely convinced. I'm afraid only the ninth tribulation loose celestial is so powerful. Since a sixth tribulation loose immortal said so, the weaker cultivators felt that this matter could not be fake. Immediately, the speed of the news spread a lot faster. After another 20 days, the eighth wave of purple tribulation lightning fell with a loud bang. Xiaoling Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. The six demon-suppressing immortal pearls formed a vertical line, and each of them shot toward the tribulation lightning. Afterwards, the golden shield of broken horn smashed towards the seventh tribulation lightning. Xiaoling Yu's method of blocking was really effective. Whether it was the six demon-suppressing immortal pearls or the golden shield of broken horn, they were both supreme-grade immortal artifacts. They did not completely disperse the purple tribulation lightning, but they did weaken it by more than half. The seven weakened purple tribulation lightning and one undamaged purple tribulation lightning fell on Xiaoling Yu's head together. At this time, Xiaoling Yu did not have any other magic treasure to block it, so he took out the metal treasure he dug out from the Black Dragon tomb and used it to block his head. In just an instant, Xiaoling Yu felt a huge force surge from his arms. His body involuntarily fell down and then created a large hole in the ground. Then Xiaoling Yu felt that his consciousness was in a daze. His perception of his surroundings had become blurry. However, the last trace of consciousness in his heart was that he was not dead. After being unconscious for 2 hours, Xiaoling Yu woke up from the intense pain. After checking the condition of his body, not only did the corner of his mouth twitch a few times, but he also forced a bitter smile on his ashen face. Since he was born, his injuries should be the heaviest. His body, which was comparable to a low-grade immortal artifact, was already on the verge of collapse. At this time, his chaotic nascent soul was also extremely weak. If it wasn't for the support of the chaotic essence, this mysterious nascent soul would have been the first to collapse. If it wasn't for the seven-colored energy of the seven-colored thunder essence stone in his body to offset the power of the tribulation lightning, Xiaoling Yu's body would not exist. Although it was very bad now. After all, he still had a breath, and there were still 3 months to recuperate. After regaining consciousness, Xiaoling Yu took back the demon-suppressing immortal orb and the broken horn golden shield, and forcefully turned his head to look at the metal-shaped treasure beside him. However, he was surprised to find that it was not damaged at all. Xiaoling Yu had tested the quality of this metal treasure before. Even with a divine weapon like the Silver Moon Broken Blade, it could only leave a white mark on it. That was why he used it to block the attack at the end. While Xiaoling Yu was consuming medicinal pills and immortal-grade medicinal herbs to recover, the cultivators outside the range of the heavenly tribulation were all secretly surprised, and the sound of discussion was like a tide. Senior, is the senior who went through the tribulation dead? No, because the tribulation is still accumulating power. If that senior dies, the tribulation will dissipate. He has already passed 8 waves of tribulation lightning. There is only 1 tribulation lightning in the 9th wave, and its power has not increased. I think this senior can successfully pass the tribulation, and the cultivation world will have another 9th tribulation powerhouse. Chapter 145. After recuperating for more than 2 months in the pit he created, Xiaoling Yu once again floated in the air. Looking at the whirlpool of tribulation clouds that was still spinning rapidly, he could only curse loudly. It was only now that Xiaoling Yu understood why it was said that only 10 to 20% of people could successfully pass the tribulation. The power of the tribulation was simply too strong. No matter how high one's cultivation was, the power of the tribulation was always beyond their tolerance. To pass the tribulation successfully, not only did one need to prepare carefully, one also had to give it their all. Sometimes, it even required a bit of luck. For his chaos heavenly tribulation, Xiaoling Yu could be said to have put in a lot of effort. He had prepared everything he could, but even so, it was still uncertain whether he could withstand the chaos tribulation lightning. On Earth, Most students study hard in order to get into a good university, but in the end, only a very small number of students can achieve their dreams. This is similar to the cultivators in the cultivation world. The exam is just like the heavenly tribulation, specially used to screen out the good and the bad. Xiao Yu suddenly had this seemingly irrelevant idea in his heart, and the corner of his mouth also revealed a self-mocking smile. On Earth, he was admitted to a good university and could be considered to have passed the test. He didn't expect that he would have to take another exam in the cultivation world. He just didn't know if he could still have such good luck. The cultivators on the outskirts of the desert naturally couldn't see Xiao Yu. They guessed that an 8 tribulation expert was undergoing the tribulation, and no one dared to use their spiritual or immortal senses to spy on anything. However, they discovered that the mighty heavenly power spreading from the tribulation clouds was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, an indiscernible energy was gathering, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat for the person undergoing the tribulation. More and more cultivators came to watch, and there was no lack of experts from other cultivation continents who had heard the news. Even 7 tribulation experts who were outside the range of the heavenly tribulation felt incomparably fearful. Nearly a month later, a gray chaos tribulation lightning fell from the sky with a wisp of black fog. The 9th wave of the chaos heavenly tribulation had arrived. This was also the finale of the chaos heavenly tribulation. Success or failure depended on whether one could survive this tribulation. Xiao Yu could sense the aura of chaos essence from the gray chaos tribulation lightning. He only had a wisp of chaos essence in his body, but the chaos essence that was about to descend on his head could transform into chaos tribulation lightning. The difference between the two was too great. Why isn't this senior's final tribulation lightning purple? How is that possible? Isn't it said that all heavenly tribulations, no matter if they are late Dugia stage or loose immortals, loose devils, or loose demons, are all purple in color with only different powers? Could it be a mutated heavenly tribulation? The moment the chaos tribulation lightning fell, the spectating cultivators were all secretly shocked and bewildered. They all had looks of disbelief on their faces. The golden shield of broken horn was the first to rise into the air, but in the blink of an eye, it was blasted away by the chaos tribulation lightning. Then, the 6 demon-suppressing immortal pearls were blasted away one after another. After the obstruction of 2 supreme-grade immortal weapons, the chaos tribulation lightning still had more than 80% of its power left. At this critical juncture, Xiao Yu didn't know which treasure he should trust. First, he threw up the metallic treasure that had performed meritorious service before, then threw the strange stone formed by the fusion of 2 completely different attributes at the chaos tribulation lightning. Finally, he used the unforgivable godly sword to strike the top of his head. The chaos tribulation lightning only lost half of its power after blasting away the metallic treasure. However, when it hit the strange stone, it paused for 2 breaths of time before only 30% of its power was left. In the end, it all fell into the unforgivable godly sword. The unforgivable godly sword helped Xiao Yu remove 10% of the chaos tribulation lightning's power. In the end, the remaining 20% of the chaos tribulation lightning's power fell into Xiao Yu's body along with the undamaged black mist. In just an instant, Xiao Yu's body pierced into the ground like a sharp sword and went deep into the ground. His head buzzed for a while before he fainted. At this time, the emerald immortal pearl and the phoenix feather continuously released waves of cool energy to help Xiao Yu regain consciousness. He definitely couldn't lose consciousness at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive the inner demon tribulation without a clear mind. The rainbow thunder, or that Xiao Yu had taken a great risk to purchase, still played a big role at this critical moment. Its 7-colored energy helped Xiao Yu neutralize a lot of the chaos tribulation lightning's power. The wisp of chaos essence in Xiao Yu's body also dissipated a part of the chaos tribulation lightning's power before it completely dissipated. With the help of various factors, Xiao Lingyu's body didn't perish after withstanding the Chaos Tribulation Lightning's attack, although he was severely injured. As long as he could survive the inner demon tribulation, he would be considered to have survived the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation, and his strength would increase greatly. Unfortunately, Xiao Lingyu's injuries were too severe and his soul was greatly shaken. Even with the help of the Emerald Immortal Pearl, he still couldn't wake up. When one's consciousness was muddled, the inner demon's power was at its strongest. It was difficult for cultivators to deal with inner demons even if they maintained a clear mind. When one's consciousness wasn't clear, it was almost impossible to survive the inner demon tribulation. If a cultivator couldn't survive the inner demon tribulation, their soul would collapse. After the black fog invaded Xiao Lingyu's body, it instantly attacked his consciousness and completely enveloped his soul. All kinds of confusing illusions constantly appeared in the depths of Xiao Lingyu's consciousness. In fact, Xiao Lingyu had encountered these illusions during his battle with Princess Mononoke. At that time, if it weren't for the two stones that created a relatively large disturbance in the starry sky, his soul might have collapsed. Although Xiao Lingyu had worked hard to improve his state of mind over the years, he was now unconscious and had no ability to distinguish or resist these illusions. Xiao Lingyu's body was severely injured and his soul was being eroded by the inner demon. His eyes were tightly shut, but his body was constantly trembling and his arms were flailing. His current situation was as if he was deeply trapped in a nightmare and couldn't escape. But Xiao Lingyu still couldn't wake up. No wonder his master said that although cultivating the 9 Revolutions Chaos formula could give one benefits that ordinary cultivators couldn't hope to achieve, it also carried a far greater risk than ordinary cultivators. If an ordinary cultivator had a 10 to 20% chance of surviving a tribulation, then the chances of a cultivator successfully surviving a chaos heavenly tribulation was less than 1%. Even a cultivator like Xiao Lingyu, who had extraordinary encounters and good luck, would perish under this abnormal chaos, heavenly tribulation, if nothing unexpected happened. Just as Xiao Lingyu's consciousness was muddled and his soul was in danger of collapsing, the devil fetus, who was originally sitting quietly cross-legged in his dantian, suddenly opened his eyes. Then his small hands kept gesturing in front of his chest, and his small mouth kept uttering difficult incantations. Following the devil fetus hand gestures and incantations, Xiao Lingyu's soul in his sea of consciousness, which was wrapped in the black fog that created the inner demon, left his sea of consciousness and gathered in his dantian. The devil fetus opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black fog and Xiao Lingyu's soul into his stomach. After a short while, Xiao Lingyu's sea of consciousness was completely devoid of soul, energy, and black fog. After absorbing the black fog and all of Xiao Lingyu's soul energy, the devil fetus closed his eyes again, but his mysterious hand gestures and incantations didn't stop. Far away in the Black Blood Demon's headquarters, Princess Mononoke was originally meditating in a secret chamber. However, she suddenly opened her eyes and a knowing smile appeared on her bright red lips. She muttered, "I really didn't expect that your soul would be devoured by the devil fetus so quickly. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant the next time I see you." The tribulation clouds above the desert finally began to dissipate. An array of colorful light shot down from the dusky yin-yang fish proved that the person undergoing the tribulation had successfully passed this extremely rare and abnormal heavenly tribulation. The cultivators outside all heaved a sigh of relief. Still, no cultivator dared to come closer to check. After all, to them, it was the birth of a 9th tribulation cultivator, not the death of an 8th tribulation cultivator. They didn't dare to provoke a 9th tribulation cultivator. If an 8th tribulation cultivator had died, everyone would definitely rush inside and take away the treasures left behind by the person who failed to pass the tribulation. After 10 minutes, the multicolored light dissipated along with the tribulation clouds, and Xiao Lingyu woke up from her coma. To Xiao Lingyu's delight, she had successfully passed the chaos heavenly tribulation. The wisp of chaotic energy in her body had dissipated, but there was now an almost liquefied mass of high-grade, chaotic energy in her dantian. Furthermore, the chaotic energy that she had worked hard to cultivate for many years was constantly being improved by that mass of liquid. This was similar to how the spiritual energy in an ordinary cultivator's body would transform into immortal spiritual energy after passing the heavenly tribulation. In addition to the improvement of the quality of his cultivation, Xiao Lingyu's physical body, which was on the verge of collapse, had completely recovered and reached the peak of the low-grade immortal artifact level. He was only one step away from the mid-grade immortal artifact level. As for the realm of her soul, where's my soul? When she checked her knowledge Xiao Lingyu's heart couldn't help but tremble violently. The soul in her knowledge Xiao had disappeared. Since there's no soul, how did I see inside? How can I still be alive? Xiao Lingyu was confused. Xiao Lingyu didn't delve into it. Instead, she put away all her treasures and flew up. When she spread out her mind, it could already cover the entire desert. Seeing countless cultivators looking at her and pointing at her, Xiao Lingyu's expression didn't change at all. What surprised her was that although she couldn't find her own soul, her mind could see through the seventh tribulation cultivators without any hindrance. She even found an eighth tribulation cultivator hiding in the crowd. The eighth tribulation cultivator's senses were very sensitive. When he realized that he had been discovered, his expression changed drastically. Then, he quietly slipped away. He could already confirm that the person who had just passed the tribulation had indeed become a ninth tribulation cultivator. Only a ninth tribulation cultivator could detect his aura. I'll think about other things later. Right now, it's better to leave this place quickly. Chapter 146. After teleporting more than 20 times, Xiao Lingyu finally stopped. Then, he found a relatively secluded place on an ordinary cultivation continent, dug a cave abode, and began to cultivate in seclusion. In the simple cave abode, Xiao Lingyu first sat cross-legged in meditation for 3 days. He calmly sensed the changes after transcending the chaos, heavenly tribulation, and familiarized himself with his new realm. Like those Mahayana cultivators, Xiao Lingyu did not have much time left in the cultivation world after transcending the chaos, heavenly tribulation. However, he could not be considered a top expert in the cultivation world. If he encountered a ninth tribulation expert, he would not be able to win. In order to become the strongest in the cultivation world, Xiao Lingyu had to successfully enter the chaos convergence stage. Xiao Lingyu had also prepared for a long time to enter the chaos convergence stage. Now that he had transcended the chaos heavenly tribulation, it was the best time for him to enter the chaos convergence stage. This was because his master had told him that not long after the chaos heavenly tribulation, the chaotic energy in a cultivator's body was the purest and easiest to control. It was the best time to enter the chaos convergence stage. Since his master had said so, Xiao Lingyu naturally would not waste such an opportunity. The reason why he had prepared all the materials for entering the chaos convergence stage before transcending the tribulation was that he was afraid that he would waste this opportunity if he prepared after transcending the tribulation. However, before entering the chaos convergence stage, he still had to figure out where his soul had gone. If he could not even find his soul, it was easy to imagine how slim the chances of successfully entering the chaos convergence stage were. After he calmed himself down and recovered to his peak state, Xiao Lingyu began to carefully search his entire body from head to toe. He did not believe that he would not be able to find where it had gone, even though he could clearly use his spiritual strength. After checking his body, Xiao Lingyu naturally did not find anything. Then, he naturally focused his attention on his dantian. He first checked his chaos nascent soul, but found nothing. It was the same for his dharma treasures. It should be with you. Xiao Lingyu finally locked onto the devil fetus. Since the devil fetus could devour most of his life essence, it should be able to devour all of his soul energy as well. After all, life essence and soul energy were supposed to support a life form. Although he was noticed by Xiao Lingyu, The devil fetus did not reveal any strange expression. His expression was very calm, and his hand movements and the incantation from his mouth had stopped long before Xiao Lingyu woke up. What made Xiao Lingyu helpless was that even though he guessed that all of his spiritual strength had entered the demon fetus, there was nothing he could do. He could not check the situation inside the demon fetus, nor did he dare to touch it. After all, the demon fetus contained more than half of his life essence. If he touched the demon fetus, it would be the same as touching himself. If the devil fetus collapsed, he would lose more than half of his life essence and die. More than half of my life essence is in this demon fetus, but I don't feel anything strange. This also proves that I can't find my soul, but I'm still alive and well. Then my soul power must be in this guy's body. Although he could understand this point, Xiao Lingyu was at a loss as to what to do next. He knew too little about the devil fetus. The devil fetus did not listen to his orders, so it was impossible for him to use his spiritual strength. I have to focus on protecting this guy in the future. If he's harmed in the slightest, I'll suffer a huge loss. But more than half of my life essence and spiritual strength are not under my control. How am I going to break through the chaos convergence stage? Xiao Lingyu was depressed. After 2 months, Xiao Lingyu was still at his wit's end. Seeing that he was about to miss the best opportunity to break through the chaos convergence stage, Xiao Lingyu did not hesitate any longer. He decided to bite the bullet and break through the chaos convergence stage. The danger of breaking through the chaos convergence stage was definitely not less than transcending the chaos heavenly tribulation. He had to grasp every advantage. Thus, jade bottles appeared one after another. They all contained special liquid materials that had been processed. These were all preparations for breaking through the chaos convergence stage. There was the liquid refined from the dragon's soul grass, the 3 lives flower, the radiant god's colorful fruit. After sorting out his thoughts, countless supreme-grade spirit stones appeared in Xiao Lingyu's simple cave abode. He began to open his arms. His palms released a suction force, absorbing all the spiritual energy in the supreme-grade spirit stones into his body. Around the chaotic nascent soul in his dantian, a large amount of high-level chaos energy formed a whirlpool. It absorbed and transformed the spiritual energy into chaos energy, continuously increasing Xiao Lingyu's power. When all the supreme-grade spirit stones in Xiao Lingyu's storage magic treasure were used up, Xiao Lingyu suddenly shouted and withdrew his arms. His 10 fingers began to form seals in front of his chest. The chaotic nascent soul in his dantian was also forming seals with Xiao Lingyu's body. Pure chaos energy flowed out of the chaotic nascent soul's body and flowed through Xiao Lingyu's body. Xiao Lingyu opened one jade bottle after another. The liquid energy within was swallowed by him in one gulp. The liquid energy then flowed through his body along with the chaos energy. First, he absorbed all the materials that strengthened his physical body. Then, with a very nervous heart, Xiao Lingyu swallowed the materials that strengthened his soul into his stomach. The reason why he was nervous was because he was very unsure whether the spiritual energy could be transferred to his soul. What made Xiao Lingyu feel slightly relieved was that after the spiritual energy flowed through his body, the devil fetus in his dantian opened its eyes again. It also began to form seals, drawing the spiritual energy into his dantian and swallowing it into its stomach. This devil fetus seems to be able to communicate with my mind. This makes things simple. It can save me a lot of trouble. I'll let it solve the problem of my soul according to my thoughts. Xiao Lingyu paused for a moment, then continued to attack the chaos convergence stage. The so-called chaos convergence stage was a qualitative upgrade of the chaos energy in a cultivator's body. The way to do so was through convergence. The chaos energy in a cultivator who had just survived a chaos heavenly tribulation was very pure and easy to control. Moreover, the various blessings bestowed upon a cultivator by the heavenly tribulation hadn't completely dissipated. This would make the convergence process even smoother. When only the 3 lives flower was left of the materials he had prepared, Xiao Lingyu stopped forming seals and closed his eyes to digest the energy. The first difficulty of breaking through the chaos convergence stage was that the cultivator had to simultaneously digest dozens of special materials in different ways. If the progress was not consistent or if any accidents happened in the middle, the breakthrough would fail. This was originally an extremely difficult task, but to Xiao Lingyu's delight, his own consciousness, the chaotic nascent soul's consciousness, and the devil fetus consciousness could all control the digestion process. This greatly reduced the burden on Xiao Lingyu. Having the devil fetus in my body isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it's beneficial for now. I was able to survive the inner demon tribulation because of this devil fetus. Xiao Lingyu secretly rejoiced. If Xiao Lingyu, who had carefully prepared himself, only had a 50% chance of successfully breaking through the chaos convergence stage, then the devil fetus increased his chances of success by at least 10%. Moreover, without the devil fetus, it was very likely that his body and soul would have been destroyed by the inner demon tribulation. After absorbing and refining all the energy, Xiao Lingyu faced the second problem of breaking through the chaos convergence stage. That was to let the chaotic nascent soul condense from the dual-color nascent soul successfully fuse with the 3 lives flower. At that time, the chaotic nascent soul would have the mystical form of 3 flowers at one's prominence. After using another 2 days to adjust his state to the best state, Xiao Lingyu swallowed the liquid energy of the 3 lives flower into his stomach. Then he used his chaos energy to guide it into his dantian, which was then swallowed by the chaotic nascent soul. After swallowing the 3 lives flower, the chaotic nascent soul's expression gradually twisted in pain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it suddenly stretched out 2 pink hands and slapped its own head. Suddenly, the chaotic nascent soul exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang, causing the entire dantian to shake violently. Even the devil fetus was forced to move to the corner of the dantian. Xiao Lingyu's expression was also very painful, but he could only endure it and began to make hand seals and recite an awkward incantation. The cloud of blood mist divided into 3, each of which gathered into a ball, gradually revealing 3 nascent souls of different colors. These 3 nascent souls had always been composed of countless light spots of chaotic energy and couldn't really condense into a substance. However, they didn't need to condense into a substance. Under the control of the 9 revolutions chaos mantra, they began to gather together and seemed to want to overlap. As long as they could gather together, they would be able to condense into a substance, and Xiao Lingyu would solve the second problem. Xiao Lingyu's expression was extremely cold and solemn. The 3 chaotic nascent souls were composed of chaotic energy. Although they were very easy to control because they had just passed the chaos heavenly tribulation, it wasn't easy to successfully gather them together. This was because they didn't have one attribute, but 3 different types of chaotic energy. The 3 lives flower's function was to divide the chaotic nascent soul's attributes into 3, and then Xiao Lingyu would gather them together. This way, 2 attributes would become 3 attributes, and the quality would naturally be greatly improved. The difficulty of the fusion was that he had to gather the 3 chaotic nascent souls together in an instant. He couldn't just gather them one after another, and when they were gathered together, he had to ensure that they wouldn't conflict with each other due to their different attributes. Whoosh! Under Xiao Lingyu's precise control, the 3 chaotic nascent souls successfully gathered together, and a whirlwind immediately began to wreak havoc in his dantian. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu hurriedly gathered the energy of the special materials in his body, and together with his blood essence, they surged toward the chaotic nascent souls that had gathered together, completely enveloping them before they could conflict and attack each other. Chapter 147. The liquid energy that enveloped Xiao Lingyu's blood essence was to allow the 3 chaotic nascent souls of different attributes to condense into a solid form, so that they could fuse together better. Shaolin Yu's prior preparations were not in vain. The liquid energy slowly seeped into the three chaotic nascent souls. Not only did it suppress the conflicts between them, but it also sped up their fusion process. For hours later, the whirlwind in his dantian gradually dissipated. A naked and pink chaotic nascent soul appeared from the center of the whirlwind. There were 3 different colored flower buds on his head, making him look both cute and magical. Shaolin Yu let out a long breath. He had already completed his cultivation and body's breakthrough to the chaotic fusion stage. Now, he only needed to complete the fusion of his soul. Then, his cultivation this time would be a success. The special condition of his soul made Shaolin Yu worried about whether the fusion of his soul would succeed. Although the devil fetus was connected to his mind and was very cooperative with his cultivation, he was not completely in control of the situation. This made him very uncertain. But now, there was only one step left. The arrow was already knocked on the bow. Shaolin Yu only hesitated for a moment before he resolutely changed his hand seals and incantations. The devil fetus was connected to Shaolin Yu's mind, and he also controlled Shaolin Yu's soul. Shaolin Yu's thoughts could be completely understood by him. Therefore, as long as Shaolin Yu could think of something, the devil fetus could also think of it. The devil fetus could also use the techniques that Shaolin Yu knew. Shaolin Yu's only worry was that the devil fetus would not cooperate at the crucial moment, or that he would not be able to cooperate. The energy in the soul materials had already been absorbed by the devil fetus. Previously, the devil fetus had been very cooperative. It had been absorbing and refining the materials according to the soul fusion technique. Now that Shaolin Yu changed his hand seals, the devil fetus's hand seals also changed to cooperate. What Shaolin Yu was doing now was to do his best and leave the rest to fate. After he activated the technique, he stopped all his actions and waited for the devil fetus to continue. He could not control his own soul, so this was all he could do. The process of soul convergence was very painful, and it came from the depths of one's soul. During this process, it was like facing the inner demon tribulation during the chaos heavenly tribulation. One absolutely could not pass out. Once one passed out, one would lose consciousness and be unable to control the soul convergence to continue. But what made Shaolin Yu depressed was that not long after he stopped moving, the sharp pain that came from the depths of his soul caused him to only last for a few breaths of time before he fainted. Shaolin Yu laughed bitterly before she fainted. She thought to herself that she had spent too little time cultivating. The stability of her soul realm was far from enough to break through to the chaotic convergence stage. Although Shaolin Yu was unconscious, the devil fetus was safe and sound. He continued the soul convergence method with a calm expression. He did not stop until the soul convergence method was successfully completed. The devil fetus and Shaolin Yu's heads now had the miraculous spectacle of 3 flowers at once prominence. After sleeping for 3 months, Shaolin Yu finally woke up. After checking his condition, he said with a smile, "Fortunately, I have this devil fetus. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 9 revolutions chaos formula is really not easy to cultivate. Not only is the heavens tribulation abnormal, but it is also very dangerous to break through to each realm. No wonder there is only one person in our family, except for ignorant people like me, who would want to cultivate such a dangerous technique." According to the 9 revolutions chaos formula, after the soul convergence method, the state of the soul would be a solid golden soul bead. The golden soul bead was very stable, and its quality would constantly improve. Even a newly formed golden soul bead could withstand the attack of any magic treasure that was not a top-grade fairy weapon. However, the golden soul bead was still in the devil fetus body. Shaolin Yu could not even look at it. It's finally over. In the future, I will go to the place with countless fairy stones and get some fairy stones to transform into high-grade chaotic energy. Then, I can go to the immortal realm to have a look. Shaolin Yu thought silently for a while. He sorted out everything about the heavenly tribulation and the chaotic convergence stage. Then, he rode the star chaser and left. Less than 3 days after Xiao Lingyu finished his closed-door cultivation, his communication spiritual bead, which had been silent for a long time, vibrated in his storage magic treasure. To Xiao Lingyu's joy, the person who sent the message was his sworn brother, Gu Yunfei, who he had not seen for many years. However, he was worried that Gu Yunfei did not send the message to reminisce about old times, but to ask for help. Xiao Lingyu replied to the message, but after waiting for a long time, he did not receive a reply. He immediately became nervous. Xiao Lingyu naturally could not sit idly by when his sworn brother was in trouble. Moreover, Gu Yunfei had been very good to him, and Gu Yunfei was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Langcheng Continent? Isn't that a cultivation continent in the chaotic astral ocean? Why is Big Brother going there? It just so happens that I'm going to the chaotic astral ocean to see my wife and get some fairy stones from that place. With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Xiao Lingyu began to continuously teleport to the chaotic astral ocean. As he was anxious about the situation of his sworn brother, Gu Yunfei, he did not wait in line. Naturally, he left behind a lot of shocking news about the appearance of a Nine Tribulations expert along the way. What Xiao Lingyu did not know was that when the first elder of the Tai Immortal sect heard the news that a Nine Tribulations expert had appeared in a certain continent's teleportation array, he immediately set out and followed Xiao Lingyu's footsteps to the chaotic astral ocean. The second elder of the Tai Immortal sect could present Xiao Lingyu's appearance to the first elder, and so could the guards beside the teleportation array. After comparing the two, the first elder of the Tai Immortal sect could confirm that this fake Nine Tribulations expert was his target. During this long journey, Xiao Lingyu's image was known by more and more experts in the cultivation world. He had almost become the most familiar figure among all the experts in the cultivation world. The other experts had the demeanor of an expert and rarely walked around the cultivation world. They did not have the time to do so, and even if they did, they would not do it. Very few people would constantly reveal their identity as a Nine Tribulations expert to use the teleportation array like Xiao Lingyu. Even if he did not wait in line, Xiao Lingyu still took more than 2 months to reach the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean was very famous in the cultivation world because it was a place where countless races of the cultivation world coexisted. It was also located between the territories of the human race and the demon race. The cultivation continents controlled by the demonic cultivators were also next to the chaotic astral ocean. Geographical location was only one of the special features of the chaotic astral ocean. There were only a few cultivation continents in the chaotic astral ocean, but they weren't too far apart from each other. After all, in the vast universe, it was rare for 2 cultivation continents to be in the same galaxy. Most of the time, there would only be 1 cultivation continent in a vast star field. The chaotic astral ocean was larger than an ordinary galaxy, but it was far smaller than an ordinary galaxy. In such a large space, there were several cultivation continents. This was the second special feature of the chaotic astral ocean. In ancient times, when the realms were divided, the immortal and divine-grade items from other places were all taken to the immortal world or the divine world by the ancient experts. Only the items in the chaotic astral ocean were not taken away by the ancient cultivators. According to legend, the treasures in the chaotic astral ocean were unimaginable. Even if all the resources of the other cultivation continents were added together, it might not be comparable to the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean was rich in resources and had many hidden treasures. This was the third special feature of the chaotic astral ocean. In a vast and boundless galaxy, the heavens and earth gave birth to countless creatures. Among them, the most powerful was the human race, which had extremely strong creative abilities. Next was the demon race, which was born with strong physical bodies. However, in addition to these 2 major races, there were also countless smaller races with astonishing individual strength or special bloodlines and magical abilities. These small races were actually the natives of the chaotic astral ocean. They could also be said to be the original owners of the chaotic astral ocean. The ancient realms did not take away the resources of the chaotic astral ocean because they wanted to take care of these small races. There were countless small races, which could be considered the fourth special feature of the chaotic astral ocean. In order to protect these small races from being destroyed by the powerful human race and demon race, the ancient experts destroyed the teleportation arrays of the cultivation continents in the chaotic astral ocean. This made it so that cultivators could not directly enter the chaotic astral ocean through the teleportation arrays. Instead, they had to cross the galaxy. However, the chaotic astral ocean starry sky was always wreaked havoc with galactic whirlwinds and fast-moving meteorites. There were also countless other dangers, which made it extremely difficult for cultivators to cross the galaxy and enter the cultivation continents in the chaotic astral ocean. It was said that if one's strength was not at the seven tribulation realm, or did not have the protection of a seven tribulation realm expert, it was impossible to safely pass through the chaotic astral ocean's starry sky, unless one was extremely lucky. The starry sky was extremely dangerous, which could be considered the fifth special feature of the chaotic astral ocean. It was also because there was no teleportation array directly to the chaotic astral ocean, and the starry sky was extremely dangerous that the cultivators in the chaotic astral ocean, even if they were not seven tribulation realm experts, they were definitely related to six tribulation realm experts and above. Xiao Yu went out of the chaotic astral ocean through the teleportation array and then flew into the depths of the chaotic astral ocean without hesitation. Now, his strength was probably not inferior to an eighth tribulation realm expert. In addition to his various powerful magic treasures, even if he could not win against a ninth tribulation realm expert, he could retreat unscathed. With such strength, he naturally would not be afraid of the dangers in the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean's starry sky was indeed extremely dangerous. However, with the protection of the golden shield of broken horn and the sixth demon suppressing immortal pearls, Xiao Yu passed through it very easily. Xiao Yu, who had been using the speed wings to travel, only took 2 years to land on the Langchen continent. During this time, Xiao Yu had been contacting Gu Yunfei. During this time, Gu Yunfei only replied once. In that message, there was only one sentence. If you have 10,000 immortal stones, come to the Qi Jiao clan. Obviously, on the Langchen continent, there should be a small clan called the Qi Jiao clan, and Gu Yunfei should be there. Chapter 148. The Qi Jiao clan was also a very small clan. It was said that the entire clan had less than 10,000 members. When they gathered together, their overall strength could barely be ranked in the middle among the various clans on the Langchen continent. Although the Qi Jiao clan was small, they occupied a large forest for their living and residence. This forest was also called the Qi Jiao forest. The resources inside were very rich, and there were countless treasures of heaven and earth. However, the most famous thing about the Qi Jiao forest was not the Qi Jiao clan that ruled here, but the musk dragon fruit. The musk dragon fruit was a top-grade alchemy material. It was very rare in other places in the cultivation world, but it was easy to find in the Qi Jiao forest. The Qi Jiao clan also often sold the musk dragon fruit in exchange for spirit stones or immortal stones to support the cultivation of their clansmen. Of course, the musk dragon fruit, like other treasures of heaven and earth, had differences in age and quality. The worst musk dragon fruit could only be regarded as a low-grade spirit fruit. However, it was said that the best musk dragon fruit produced in the Qi Jiao forest could reach the level of a middle-grade immortal fruit. If it were not for the fact that the method of cultivating the high-grade musk dragon fruit was only known to the Qi Jiao clan after so many years, the Qi Jiao clan would have been coveted by powerful experts just for the sake of the musk dragon fruit, which would lead to a disaster. After Xiao Yu inquired about the news, he flew all the way to the Qi Jiao forest. Just less than 1,000 miles into the Qi Jiao forest, he was stopped by 2 cultivators of the Qi Jiao clan. The 2 cultivators of the Qi Jiao clan looked similar to the cultivators of the human clan. They had noses, eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs. However, There was a curved horn on their forehead that was only half a foot long. Your Excellency, please wait. This is the encampment of the Qi Jiao clan. No cultivator is allowed to trespass without permission. A young cultivator of the Qi Jiao clan, whose cultivation was not weaker than the body integration stage, held the long spear in his hand in front of his chest and said coldly. Although Xiao Lingyu was anxious about the safety of Gu Yunfei, he felt that he could not be too hasty. After all, a long time had passed. Gu Yunfei must have been in the hands of others. If he used force, it might be counterproductive. I'm here to look for my brother. I'll have to trouble the two of you to inform the elders of the clan. Xiao Lingyu smiled politely. Your brother is not in Qi Jiao Forest. Please go back. Hearing that Xiao Lingyu came uninvited, the young Qi Jiao clan cultivator directly rejected his request. My brother asked me to come here and look for him. He must be here. The two of you should go back and ask him. Xiao Lingyu's tone also became serious, and her bright eyes narrowed into two thin lines. The Qi Jiao clan was just a small mid-class clan. The strongest in the clan was only comparable to the 5 tribulations. With such strength, Xiao Lingyu did not take them seriously. It would be fine if they cooperated. If they did not, he really did not mind directly removing the Qi Jiao clan from the cultivation world. When the young cultivator saw that Xiao Lingyu did not leave, a displeased look appeared on his face. However, just as he was about to speak again, the older cultivator beside him said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll help you ask." After speaking, he took out a communication spiritual pearl and read a few words into it. After 100 breaths, a burly Qi Jiao clan cultivator flew over with dozens of Qi Jiao clan experts and surrounded Xiao Lingyu in the center. Xiao Lingyu frowned slightly, but she did not attack directly. Instead, she sneered. The aura of the leading Qi Jiao clan cultivator was very restrained. Even Xiao Lingyu could not see through him. It was not that his cultivation was too high. He should have used some special method to hide his aura. The Qi Jiao clan cultivator first glanced at Xiao Lingyu a few times and then asked arrogantly, "You're the one who came to look for your brother? It's best to let your master or patriarch come out and talk. My patience is really limited." Xiao Lingyu said unhappily, "If you want to see our patriarch, you have to see if you have the qualifications." The Qi Jiao clan cultivator sneered, then swung the heavy iron spear in his hand and stabbed at Xiao Lingyu. Just in time. Xiao Lingyu also intended to intimidate these Qi Jiao clan disciples, but he did not want to make the first move. Since they had made the first move, there was no need for him to be polite. When the spear was only a foot away from his heart, Xiao Lingyu suddenly stretched out her palm and grabbed the spear in her hand. Then, with a slight force, the spearhead directly broke. The Qi Jiao clan cultivator rushed forward too fiercely and could not stop. Soon, he arrived in front of Xiao Lingyu, but he was kicked in the stomach by Xiao Lingyu. Then, he let out a painful cry and spat out blood. His body flew backward far away, smashing many trees along the way. It was only when he hit the opponent that Xiao Lingyu felt that the level of this middle-aged cultivator was similar to the master of the Deshang stage of a human clan. The gap between him and him was too big. With just one move, he was seriously injured. The middle-aged Qi Jiao clan cultivator was extremely shocked. No matter what, he was also a powerhouse in the clan, but he could not take the seemingly understated move of the other party. After being shocked, he did not fly back. Instead, he took out his communication spiritual bead and then stood in front of Xiao Lingyu with a dignified expression with dozens of Qi Jiao clan masters. Xiao Lingyu also saw the other party's message, so he was not in a hurry to rush over, but waited for the other party's powerhouses to come. The other party's reaction speed was not slow. Xiao Lingyu only waited for 50 breaths, and 3 seemingly old Qi Jiao clan masters came, but Xiao Lingyu still could not sense their exact cultivation. "I am Qi Zheng, the current patriarch of the Qiyu clan. May I know how to address you?" It was an old man dressed in a linen robe. He had a curved, golden horn on his head. Although he was old, he looked very dignified. "My surname is Xiao. I am here to ask for a person from the Qiyu clan. He is my sworn brother, Gu Yunfei. Xiao Lingyu shook his fist and said calmly. Hearing this, Qi Zheng's face changed slightly. Since the other party had said it so clearly, he must have received reliable news. So Qi Zheng had nothing to deny. He immediately said, Xiao Daoyu's sworn brother is indeed in my Qi Jiao clan, but he broke into the forbidden area of my Qi Jiao clan for no reason and intended to steal the high-level musk dragon fruit. So he was captured by us. If Xiao Daoyu takes him away like this, how can my Qi Jiao clan establish a foothold in the Langcheng continent in the future? What are your conditions, fellow Qi? You can state them. Xiao Lingyu said non-committally. Fellow Taoist Zhao's sworn brother's ability is not small. He quietly sneaked into our clan's forbidden area and almost stole the high-grade musk dragon fruit. However, the high-grade musk dragon fruit was not ripe, and he did not use the appropriate method to harvest it, resulting in the musk dragon fruit being scrapped. Therefore, we need him to compensate for the loss of the musk dragon fruit. There are not many high-level musk dragon fruits in my clan. One fruit is worth 10,000 immortal stones. As long as Xiao Daoyu can take out 10,000 immortal stones, we will immediately release him. Qi Zheng said while stroking his beard. 10,000 immortal stones? Xiao Lingyu looked a little embarrassed. He did not have any immortal stones with him, so he asked tentatively, Can I owe it to you first? This of course not. If you don't have enough immortal stones with you now, you can go and collect them first. During this period, we will treat your sworn brother well. Please rest assured. Qi Zheng shook his head and said, How about this? I have a few decent immortal stones here. Fellow Qi, come and choose one. Take it as compensation for the loss of the musk dragon fruit. As Xiao Lingyu spoke, a few jade boxes suddenly appeared before him. After that, he opened the jade boxes, and rays of light accompanied by strands of immortal qi surged out. Qi Zheng's eyes narrowed when he sensed the aura of those immortal stones. After that, he brought his two companions over and carefully observed those immortal stones. With just a few glances, the three experts from the Qi Jiao clan revealed surprised expressions. These are all immortal stones. I believe the three of you can see their quality. None of them are inferior to the musk dragon fruit. Xiao Lingyu said indifferently. This, even though Qi Zheng revealed a satisfied expression, he seemed to be very hesitant. The other two experts from the Qi Jiao clan frowned and did not speak. What? Even this is not enough? Xiao Lingyu's expression was gloomy as he asked coldly. Xiao Daoyu, you should go and prepare the immortal stones. Even though these immortal stones are good, they're not very useful to the cultivators of our Qi Jiao clan. Xiao Lingyu waved his sleeve and put away the jade boxes, and then his aura gushed out as he said, You guys are so evasive. Could it be that you've already made a ruthless move against my sworn brother? When they sensed the terrifying immortal qi on Xiao Lingyu, the three experts from the Qi Jiao clan all retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. It was only when Xiao Lingyu took the initiative to release his high-grade chaotic force that they realized the strength of this newcomer was extraordinary. Xiao Daoyu, please forgive us. Our clan has a rule. So long as Xiao Daoyu brings 10,000 immortal stones, we will definitely let him go. Qi Zheng braced himself and spoke. It wasn't that he didn't want to let him go, nor was it that he looked down on Xiao Lingyu's immortal stones, but he really couldn't let him go now. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiao Lingyu's patience had been completely worn out. He raised his immortal qi again, and the powerful chaotic force actually completely sealed off a large area of the surrounding space. Even the three experts from the Qi Jiao clan felt their breathing stagnate. It was as if their bodies were being squeezed by a huge force, making it difficult for them to move. Ask them to bring my immortal brother here, safe and sound. Otherwise, your Qi Jiao clan can just wait to be annihilated. Xiao Lingyu spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. Xiao Daoyu, let's talk nicely. We will let him go immediately. However, only one of us can open the cell. Ordinary clansmen can't bring your immortal brother out. Qi Zheng knew that it would be difficult to end well today. The strength of the other party was too strong. Just as a mortal chi alone could imprison him. If the other party flew into a rage, he would probably be killed instantly. Therefore, his attitude changed drastically. "I'll give you 10 minutes, Xiaoling Yu said indifferently. "Qi Feng, bring Xiao Daoyou's immortal brother here," Qi Zheng said to an old man beside him. As he spoke, he glanced to the side meaningfully. Chapter 149. Before 15 minutes had passed, Xiaoling Yu suddenly sneered, and the wings of extreme speed appeared behind him. With a few flaps, Xiaoling Yu turned into a silver light and flew hundreds of miles away, blocking in front of the group of Qi Jiao clan cultivators. "Trying to fool me? It's not that easy." As Xiaoling Yu spoke, he released his aura again, imprisoning the group of Qi Jiao clan cultivators. Among the group of Qi Jiao clan cultivators, there was a human cultivator. This person was none other than Xiaoling Yu's sworn brother, Gu Yunfei. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that this group of Qi Jiao clan cultivators clearly wanted to take Gu Yunfei out of Qi Jiao forest. Were they not afraid that he would exterminate the entire Qi Jiao clan in a fit of rage? Xiaoling Yu could not understand why they were willing to take the risk of being exterminated to take away Gu Yunfei. Just now, when that cultivator called Qi Feng left, he had a strange expression. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu paid extra attention to him. His spiritual sense had been locking onto Qi Feng, covering a large area of Qi Jiao forest. He was afraid that Qi Feng might have other thoughts. Qi Zheng also flew over with the other Qi Jiao clan experts. However, their faces were abnormally gloomy, especially Qi Zheng. His old face had a very complicated expression, but more than that, it was despair and powerlessness. Xiaoling Yu slowly walked to Gu Yunfei and found that Gu Yunfei's cultivation had been imprisoned. At this moment, Gu Yunfei could only watch and not speak. He pressed his hand on Gu Yunfei's shoulder and removed the imprisonment with his primal chaos force. "Brother, you saved my life again this time." After regaining his freedom, Gu Yunfei said gratefully, "Since you call me brother, you don't have to be so courteous. Since Big Brother is in trouble, I naturally have to help." Xiaoling Yu lightly punched Gu Yunfei's chest and said, "Big Brother was too reckless this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that my life would have ended here." Gu Yunfei said gloomily, "Haha, I didn't expect Big Brother's cultivation to have improved so much after being separated for so many years. I'm afraid it won't be long before you face the heavenly tribulation, right?" Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei had not been separated for a long time. To be able to advance from the spirit-severing stage to the late stage of the tribulation passing stage in such a short time, this kind of progress speed was very rare in the cultivation world. Big Brother's progress is probably not even 1/10,000th of yours. It's really not worth mentioning. Gu Yunfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just now, Xiaoling Yu used her aura to imprison all the Qi Jiao clan cultivators, which shocked Gu Yunfei greatly. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, Xiaoling Yu turned to Qi Zheng and said with a tone full of killing intent. Qi Zheng's expression changed again and again, but he did not know how to explain. Finally, he sighed and said, "We have nothing to explain. If Xiao Daoyu really want to vent your anger, please leave the bloodline inheritance for our Qi Jiao clan." This sentence made Xiaoling Yu even more surprised. Although he showed a strong, killing intent, he did not say that he had to exterminate the entire Qi Jiao clan. He just wanted to hear their explanation, but they actually refused. Moreover, they refused with the lives of all the cultivators in the clan. The more Qi Zheng acted like this, the more curious Xiaoling Yu was. After thinking for a while, he walked to Qi Zheng with a sneer and said, "If that's the case, then I'll ask you, the clan leader, to leave first." With that, Xiaoling Yu waved her palm at Qi Zheng's head. If there was no accident, with Xiaoling Yu's palm that was comparable to an immortal weapon, Qi Zheng's head would definitely be smashed into pieces. "Stop!" It was also at this moment that a vigorous shout suddenly came from afar. Xiaoling Yu did not really want to kill Qi Zheng, so after hearing the shout, he withdrew his palm and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure flying over at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it was wrapped in a powerful aura. Before the figure arrived, the fluctuation of his aura was like a hurricane, surging over violently. However, Xiaoling Yu's expression did not change. This was because he could tell from the other party's aura that the other party was only a 7 tribulation expert and was not a threat to him at all. After a while, the figure arrived in front of him. It was an old man in a gray robe. As expected, it's a 7th tribulation scattered celestial of the human clan. However, it seems that he's about to undergo his 8th tribulation. Xiaoling Yu saw through the other party with just a glance. Greetings, 5th Lord. At this moment, Qi Zheng and the other 2 experts of the Qi Jiao clan cupped their fists and bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Fellow Taoist, does this matter have anything to do with you? Xiaoling Yu pretended to be puzzled and asked. It has something to do with me, the newcomer replied as he sized up Xiaoling Yu. He was very surprised because he could not see through Xiaoling Yu's cultivation level at all. It was even difficult for him to sense any clues. Fellow Taoist, are you here to stand up for them? Xiaoling Yu asked expressionlessly. So what if I am? The newcomer did not seem to be afraid at all. I advise you to go back and prepare for your 8th tribulation. With your cultivation level as a 7th tribulation scattered celestial, you can't poke your nose into other people's business in the chaotic star ocean, Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. The newcomer was shocked when his cultivation level was exposed. He thought to himself that Xiaoling Yu was indeed not an ordinary cultivator. I'm not here to poke my nose into other people's business. Firstly, the Qi Jiao clan is in an alliance with us. We can't leave them to die. Secondly, the cultivator next to you is also someone we want. I hope you can give our Shuntian League some face, the newcomer said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He seemed to be very confident. Shuntian League? I've never heard of it. However, no matter how strong your Shuntian League is, I can't give you face because this is my sworn brother, Xiaoling Yu said as he shook his head. Sworn brother? The newcomer frowned. Everyone knew that for those who valued friendship, sworn brothers were actually similar to biological brothers. Hearing this, Gu Yunfei could not help but feel warm in his heart. He secretly made a decision. You haven't stayed in the chaotic star ocean for too long. However, with your strength, I think you'll soon know the existence of the Shuntian League. The Shuntian League is definitely not as simple as you think. The newcomer still did not give up and said, Haha, your Shuntian League is certainly not simple. You, and Scattered Celestial who is about to cross the 8th tribulation, are only 5th Lord. I think the 4 experts above you must all be 8th tribulation or even 9th tribulation experts. However, don't use your Shuntian League to pressure me. I won't fall for it. If you want to take my brother away, you have to be able to defeat me first. Also, the Qi Jiao clan clearly promised me that they would let my brother go, but they secretly played dirty tricks. Humph. Xiaoling Yu's expression was relaxed, but his words were very strong. The threat was very obvious. You're too arrogant, aren't you? The 7th tribulation scattered celestial finally could not hold back his anger. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of multicolored light. The ray of multicolored light shot towards Xiaoling Yu. The multicolored light flew and expanded. After a while, it turned into a magic weapon in the shape of a dagger. This magic weapon was a low-grade celestial weapon and looked very powerful. Xiaoling Yu did not neglect it. After all, a 7th tribulation scattered celestial could already exert most of the power of a low-grade celestial weapon. He quickly pinched his fingers. When the dagger was 100 feet away from him, he suddenly slapped forward with one palm. A chaotic seal, which looked like a yin-yang fish, whizzed out. The yin-yang fish collided with the dagger fairy weapon in an instant. What the 7th tribulation scattered celestial did not expect was that his fairy weapon was blown far away by the opponent's seal. Xiaoling Yu said disdainfully, Don't take out a celestial weapon of this quality to make a fool of yourself. Now that the quality of the chaotic power had greatly improved, the power of the chaotic seal had also increased. Not to mention a low-grade celestial weapon. Even a middle-grade celestial weapon would be blown away by the chaotic seal. Humph! Your Excellency is really good. Try this again. The seventh tribulation scattered celestial weapon forced himself to calm down and then took out a magic weapon that looked like a bronze bell. The bronze bell was indeed a middle-grade celestial weapon. After it appeared, it let out a bell sound and then pressed down on Shaolin Yu's head. The bell sound contained a very powerful soul attack. However, Shaolin Yu had already condensed the golden soul pearl. This level of soul attack could not shake his soul at all. When the bell sound stopped, Shaolin Yu still did not move. However, a demon-suppressing immortal pearl flew out of his body and fiercely smashed into the bronze bell. Clang! A deafening bell sound was heard. The originally majestic bronze bell was also smashed away and its color immediately dimmed. Fellow Taoist, if this is all you have, you'd better go home and sleep. If you force yourself, it's very risky. Shaolin Yu said calmly, as if the fight just now did not affect him at all. Gu Yunfei once again felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass his brother. Not to mention surpassing him, he was afraid that he could not even catch up with him. Qi Zheng and the other Qi Jiao clan cultivators were all shocked. They knew that Shaolin Yu was very strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong. The seven tribulations scattered celestial was also shocked. He knew that he could not complete this mission, but he could not just leave like this. He immediately made up his mind, and the dagger-shaped celestial weapon flew toward Shaolin Yu again. This kind of magic weapon is useless against me, Shaolin Yu said as he waved his hand to block it. With the strength of his physical body, there was no danger in blocking the dagger. However, Shaolin Yu cursed in his heart and then flew away with Gu Yunfei. Boom! After a burst of brilliance, the dagger suddenly exploded. A ring-shaped shock wave immediately swept in all directions. Chapter 150. Although Shaolin Yu's reaction was very fast, he was still half a beat too slow. The circular shock wave swept fiercely onto his back. Feeling a burning pain on his back, Shaolin Yu could not help but curse in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little angry. He had always been indifferent, but as the weaker party, they were actually so aggressive. This was something that Shaolin Yu could not tolerate. After all, his body was comparable to a low-grade immortal artifact. The self-destruction of a low-grade immortal artifact was not enough to seriously injure Shaolin Yu. After the circular shock wave swept over, he supported Gu Yunfei and prepared to stabilize his body. Then, he would give the other party a blow. However, what Shaolin Yu did not expect was that after the self-destruction of his low-grade immortal artifact, the other party seemed to have expected that it would not have much of an effect. They had also calculated the location where Shaolin Yu and Gu Yunfei would dodge. At this moment, the bronze bell was already waiting above their heads. Just as they stabilized their bodies, the bronze bell had already fallen and trapped the two of them inside. Then, the bronze bell began to spin rapidly. Bell chimes sounded one after another, and waves of soul attacks began to be launched. Although Shaolin Yu was not afraid of this, Gu Yunfei had not formed the golden soul pearl. After a short while, Gu Yunfei began to spit out blood from his mouth. His eyes were also in a daze. Scram! Shaolin Yu was furious. The six demon-suppressing immortal pearls flew out from his body and fiercely smashed onto the top of the bronze bell. No matter how powerful the bronze bell was, after all, it was only a middle-grade immortal artifact. However, the demon-suppressing immortal pearl was a top-grade immortal artifact. The huge difference in quality made it impossible for the bronze bell to withstand the attack of the demon-suppressing immortal pearl. After a sharp sound, the bronze bell directly exploded and the fragments flew in all directions. Just as Shaolin Yu had just escaped with Gu Yunfei, whose soul had almost been destroyed, the seven tribulation Lu Celestial, who had endured the severe mental trauma caused by the destruction of his immortal artifact, did not give Shaolin Yu any time to react. He threw out 8 immortal talismans. The 8 immortal talismans turned into 8 streaks of golden light and shot towards Shaolin Yu and the other man before exploding at the same time. The moment they exploded was the moment Shaolin Yu and the other man appeared from the self-destructed bronze bell. After all, a 7 tribulation disbanded celestial had cultivated for thousands of years. He had rich combat experience and various means. Now that he knew how powerful Shaolin Yu was, he naturally would try his best to suppress Shaolin Yu. After that, he would kill Shaolin Yu with a thunderous force. He would not give Shaolin Yu any chance to breathe. 8 immortal talismans with extremely strong offensive power exploded at the same time. The destructive power was naturally extremely strong. In this moment of danger, Shaolin Yu was unable to retrieve the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs to block, and only had time to use the broken horn golden shield to protect Gu Yunfei, and then he used his body that was comparable to a low-grade immortal artifact to forcefully withstand it. Boom! Boom! After a series of explosions, Shaolin Yu was dizzy. Fortunately, although there were many immortal talismans, they were not truly comparable to immortal artifacts. Although Shaolin Yu's body was emitting black smoke and blood was spurting out of his mouth, this level of attack was not enough to kill him. After all, the high-grade chaotic force in his body had a strong defensive power. As for Gu Yunfei, the golden shield of broken horn was a top-grade immortal artifact. The golden light shield it released protected Gu Yunfei very well. It only shook Gu Yunfei a little. Gu Yunfei saw that Shaolin Yu had left such a defensive magic artifact to him at such a critical moment. Moreover, Shaolin Yu had been seriously injured. This made him feel even more moved and grateful. He secretly thought that he had not misjudged Shaolin Yu. You are deliberately courting death. Shaolin Yu's power surged and extinguished the black smoke on his body. Then he flapped the wings of extreme speed with a ferocious expression and chased after the 7 tribulation loose celestial. When the 7 tribulation loose celestial saw that he had not killed Shaolin Yu after using all kinds of methods, he knew that his mission today was bound to fail. Therefore, he turned into a shadow and flew away. Shaolin Yu would not let him go. After flapping the wings of extreme speed several times, his body blocked the 7th tribulation loose celestial's path. With a great improvement in his strength, Shaolin Yu's speed when using the wings of extreme speed also increased continuously. Now, perhaps even 8th tribulation experts would have a headache if they encountered the speed of the wings of extreme speed. However, at this moment, a mysterious picture scroll appeared above the 7th tribulation loose celestial's head. A silver light shot out from the picture scroll and enveloped the 7th tribulation loose celestial's body. That picture scroll looked a bit familiar. However, Shaolin Yu's speed was not slow. Immediately, the 6 devil-suppressing immortal pearls surrounded the 7th tribulation loose celestial. Then they shot out divine light veils to seal the 7th tribulation loose celestial. However, what surprised Shaolin Yu even more was that even though the 7th tribulation loose celestial was enveloped by the divine light veils, he still tore the picture scroll. Then his whole body shone with silver light, and he began to charge out of the divine light veils. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, half of his body had rushed out, but the silver light had weakened a lot. Shaolin Yu naturally would not sit by and watch. He swung the merciless divine sword and chopped at the opponent. The merciless divine sword was extremely sharp. It directly cut through the opponent's silver light veils. Then, the 7th tribulation loose celestial's head tilted, and one of his arms was chopped off. At this moment, the 7th tribulation loose celestial's whole body rushed out of the picture scroll wrapped in silver light and disappeared in the horizon at an extremely fast speed. Could it be the Aurora escape? Looking at the silver light, Shaolin Yu stroked his chin and pondered. Shaolin Yu vaguely remembered that when he and Anya were in danger in the Black Dragon Bay, Anya had used this method to help him escape successfully. Could it be that this old guy has something to do with Anya? Shaolin Yu pondered, frowning. The opponent had injured him, and he had also injured him with a merciless divine sword. His injury was very easy to heal, but the opponent's injury was not. Firstly, the opponent had the body of a loose celestial. Secondly, the sword essence and sword chi of the merciless divine sword were left in the opponent's body. It was very difficult for the opponent to get rid of them. Moreover, in order to injure Shaolin Yu, the opponent had paid a great price. He had used 2 natal fairy weapons and 8 powerful celestial talismans. Of course, if he had not paid a great price, he would not have been qualified to compete with Shaolin Yu. After the 7th Tribulation Lu Celestial was defeated, Shaolin Yu returned to Qi Zheng and the other practitioners of the Qi Jiao clan. 2 high-grade musk-dragon fruits, or I'll exterminate your whole clan. Shaolin Yu said coldly. Hearing this, Qi Zheng was stunned at first. Then, he asked in disbelief, Really? I advise you to cut the crap and quickly give me 2 high-grade musk-dragon fruits. I may change my mind at any time. Shaolin Yu said impatiently. Yes. Please wait a moment. Qi Zheng hurriedly responded, and then flew away with joy. Only 50 breaths of time had passed. Qi Zheng returned and handed 2 exquisite jade boxes to Shaolin Yu. Brother, take a look. Are these high-grade musk-dragon fruits? Shaolin Yu pushed the jade boxes to Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei didn't understand why Shaolin Yu would make such a request. However, he still cooperated and opened the jade boxes. After a while, he nodded and said, These are well-preserved mature musk dragon fruits. Then keep them. Shaolin Yu patted Gu Yunfei's shoulder and said, Gu Yunfei paused and then understood what Shaolin Yu meant. He didn't say any more words of gratitude and took the 2 jade boxes. I have one more question. If you can answer truthfully, I'll leave. Otherwise, even if I don't exterminate your whole clan, I'll kill all your disciples. Shaolin Yu said coldly. Qi Zheng can also guess what you want to ask. That's right. The reason why we want to keep your sworn brother is because the Shuntian League asked us to do so. They seem to have been looking for your sworn brother for a long time. The Shuntian League sent us a message saying that they'll capture your sworn brother as soon as they see him. However, we don't know the specific reason. After we kept your sworn brother, we sent a message to the Shuntian League. They said that they'll send Lord 5 to pick him up. They also warned us not to divulge this matter. Otherwise, they'll exterminate our entire clan. I wonder if Qi Zheng's answer can satisfy you? Qi Zheng said very honestly, Is the headquarters of the Shuntian League on the Langhuang continent? Shaolin Yu asked calmly. Yes, Qi Zheng replied. Is there a 9th tribulation expert in the Shuntian League? Shaolin Yu asked again. Qi Zheng doesn't know. Qi Zheng shook his head and replied. Is there a 7th tribulation loose immortal called Ji He in the Shuntian League? Shaolin Yu asked again. Qi Zheng doesn't know. The one who's been contacting us is Lord 5. Qi Zheng replied. Is there a woman called Anya in the Shuntian League? She's a sword cultivator. Shaolin Yu continued to ask. She completely forgot that she only asked one question. I don't know. Although our Qi Jiao clan is in an alliance with the Shuntian League in name, we've always been controlled by the Shuntian League. They know us like the back of their hand. However, we know very little about them. Qi Zheng explained with a bitter smile. Since you don't know, then forget it. Shaolin Yu thought for a while and realized that she had nothing else to ask. She said to Gu Yunfei, Brother, let's go first. Okay. Gu Yunfei also wanted Shaolin Yu to quickly heal, so he nodded and replied. Then, the 2 of them flew out of the Qi Jiao forest and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Qi Zheng finally recovered from his shock after 10 minutes had passed since Shaolin Yu's group left, and he felt extremely fortunate in his heart. If Shaolin Yu was that ruthless person, then their Qi Jiao clan would probably be unable to escape calamity this time. However, Qi Zheng naturally felt that it was worth it to exchange 2 high-grade musk dragon fruits for the lives of his entire clan. Of course, he also knew that Shaolin Yu didn't want to kill his entire clan. It was not because Shaolin Yu valued the 2 high-grade musk dragon fruits. After killing his entire clan, Shaolin Yu could have taken away all their treasures. After flying out of the Qi Jiao forest, Xiaoling Yu didn't know where to go. Gu Yunfei saw his blank expression and said, "Brother, I have a simple cave residence on the Lang Chung continent. That place is quite secluded. Why don't we rest there for a while?" "That's great." Xiaoling Yu nodded and replied. Then, Gu Yunfei led the way while Xiaoling Yu was in charge of flying. After half a day, the two of them stopped in a barren desert. This barren desert was ravaged by wind and sand. There were also barren hills. It was extremely desolate. Moreover, the energy here was very heterogeneous and thin. Cultivators wouldn't be willing to stay here for long. Chapter 151. After arriving at the cave residence, Xiaoling Yu and Lu Yunfei began to recuperate in seclusion. Gu Yunfei's injuries were relatively light. After he was captured by the Qi Jiao clan cultivators, he was not tortured. During the previous battle, he had been firmly protected by Xiaoling Yu, so he recovered relatively quickly. Only a month had passed, and Gu Yunfei had already recovered. However, he did not disturb Xiaoling Yu, but waited quietly in the living room of the secret room. While waiting, Gu Yunfei often took out a jade box and caressed it lovingly, as if it contained an extremely important treasure. It was also like an elder in his twilight years, taking out a family heirloom. Xiaoling Yu's injuries gradually improved. However, because he had just entered the chaotic convergence period and was seriously injured, he needed to recuperate carefully. Otherwise, it would be easy to leave behind sequelae. After all, his state was not very stable. After 2 months in this simple cave residence, Xiaoling Yu still did not come out of seclusion. Gu Yunfei, who was waiting quietly in the living room of the cave residence, suddenly had a change of expression. He kept the jade box in his hand and then walked out of the cave residence. Looking into the distance above the cave residence, Gu Yunfei saw a stormy sandstorm, which was approaching in extremely fast speed. The ground was shaking violently, as if there were countless gigantic ancient beasts running together. The violent wind was raging, as if an indestructible cosmic whirlwind was blowing on the ground. It should be just an ordinary sandstorm. I think it can't do anything to the formation and restriction around the cave residence. After watching for a while, Gu Yunfei returned to the living room of the cave residence. However, he did not forget to reinforce the restriction and formation around the cave residence, so that his brother could recuperate in peace and not be affected by the sandstorm. The sandstorm was like a tide, and very soon, it came rushing over. What made Gu Yunfei feel at ease was that the restriction and formation of the cave residence did not suffer any damage, and had been firmly protecting this simple cave residence. However, after an hour had passed, the fast sandstorm still hadn't completely passed through the cave. Moreover, the power of the sandstorm was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to sweep through the world. The cave's array formations and restrictions also began to tremble. The formations and restrictions were becoming more and more unstable, and the sandstorm showed no signs of stopping, which made Gu Yunfei a little worried. However, Gu Yunfei felt slightly relieved when he recalled that his brother could even beat a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Another 2 hours passed, and the sandstorm still did not stop. However, there were more roars that could cover the sound of the wind in the sandstorm. That roar was like the roar of a giant beast. Accompanied by the howling wind and sand, it shook the cave dwelling's restrictions to the point of cracking. Just the roar alone was enough to cause the restrictions of the cave to become like this. One could imagine how powerful the roar would be if the existence that roared came. Gu Yunfei didn't dare to slack off. He immediately busied himself around the immortal's cave. Layers of restrictions were set up by him, and the array base was reinforced by him again and again. However, as time passed, the roar became clearer and clearer. The restrictions and arrays around the cave dwelling were about to collapse. Previously, under the protection of the restrictions and arrays, although there was a lot of noise outside the cave dwelling, the inside of the cave dwelling was very quiet. However, As the restrictions and arrays gradually lost their protection, the cave dwelling also began to tremble. After another hour, the restrictions and arrays of the cave dwelling finally couldn't withstand the impact of the strong momentum. After a series of crackling sounds, they completely collapsed. The small mountain where the cave dwelling was located was also razed to the ground in an instant. Xiaoling Yu had been alert for a long time. However, he was recuperating from his injuries. Unless it was a critical moment, he really didn't want to stop. At this moment, he could only end his recuperation. He flew up together with Gu Yunfei and stood in the sandstorm. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that even with his cultivation, he still needed to gather more than 70% of his power to barely stand in the sandstorm. He could still release his mind power. However, as long as it was more than 100 feet away from his body, it would be distorted by the strong wind. He couldn't see the situation further away. However, the roars were so loud that even Xiaoling Yu's high-grade chaotic force defensive barrier was shaken to the point of trembling. Let's go first. Something strange might happen here. After checking for a while, Xiaoling Yu took Gu Yunfei in the direction of the strong wind. Although Xiaoling Yu's speed was fast, and even an eighth tribulation scattered immortal might not be able to catch up with him, he had just flapped his wings for less than 15 minutes when he found that the wind behind him was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the roars seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. After another hour, although Xiaoling Yu increased his speed to the maximum, he was still caught up by the roaring existence. Since that was the case, Xiaoling Yu simply stopped. After he turned around, his heart was beating wildly. In a sandstorm not far away, there were dozens of tall monsters. Moreover, there was a whirlwind formed by sand around those monsters. Waves of earth-shattering roars were coming from those monsters. After looking at them a few more times, Xiaoling Yu was even more surprised. That was because those monsters sometimes had more solid bodies, and sometimes they would turn into sand in the whirlwind. When they turned into sand in the whirlwind of sand would turn into a huge head made of sand, and it would roar angrily toward the front. Xiaoling Yu sensed it carefully and felt a headache coming on. The power released by these monsters was actually comparable to that of an eighth tribulation expert. Dozens of eighth tribulation experts gathered together. This force was too frightening. Even if a ninth tribulation expert encountered such a lineup, he could only flee at the mere sight of it. What the hell is this? Xiaoling Yu said gloomily as he continued to flee at top speed. It's the #1 clan in the Langchun continent. The Wind Howler clan? I didn't expect them to migrate here. Gu Yunfei replied with a solemn expression. They're the Wind Howler clan. No wonder they are so powerful. Xiaoling Yu echoed. He knew a little about the Wind Howler clan, but this was the first time he had seen them. In the past, he did not believe the records about the Wind Howler clan in the ancient books and felt that it was too exaggerated. However, now that he saw it, he knew that the ancient books were not exaggerating. Although the Wind Howler clan was very few in number, their individual strength was definitely not to be underestimated. It was said that there was a very confident ninth tribulation expert who trespassed into the gathering place of the Wind Howler clan. After that, he never appeared again. He most likely died there. Xiaoling Yu could also see that if a Wind Howler clan member came out alone, their cultivation should not be at the 7th tribulation level. However, when they worked together, they could cooperate with each other and make their individual strength comparable to that of an 8th tribulation expert. This was the strength of the Wind Howler clan, and also the reason why the Wind Howler clan could become the #1 clan in the Langchun continent. I don't know what the Wind Howler clan is doing. Why are they all gathered together? Could it be that they want to deal with a 9th tribulation expert? Gu Yunfei was very puzzled. Although the Wind Howler clan lived in groups, it was because of this that they were not defeated individually. Their poor reproduction ability allowed them to survive in the cruel, chaotic astral ocean of the cultivation world. As long as they are not coming for us. Xiaoling Yu narrowed his eyes and said, if it was not because they had no other choice, no cultivator in the cultivation world would be willing to provoke a special clan like the Wind Howler clan. What Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei did not expect was that no matter how they flew, the dozens of Wind Howler clan experts followed closely behind. During this time, Xiaoling Yu thought that the direction they were escaping in was the direction of the Wind Howler clan, so he turned around a few times. However, the Wind Howler clan experts were still chasing after them like shadows. They can't be coming for us, right? Xiaoling Yu was astonished. It was clearly his first time in the Lang Chang continent, and he had never had any conflicts with the Wind Howler clan before. There was no reason for them to chase after him. Don't look at me. I don't know either. I have never seen Wind Howler clan cultivators before. They would not appear in other places of the cultivation world so easily. Gu Yunfei replied sullenly. These big guys are too fast. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. If they catch up and surround us, I'm afraid we will die here. Xiaoling Yu was anxious and thought about what to do. If they could not get rid of them even with the speed of the extreme speed wings, Xiaoling Yu did not have a better idea. As for Gu Yunfei, he was even more helpless in this situation. After running for 14 to 16 hours, Xiaoling Yu was puzzled and asked, "Why are they chasing us and not catching up? With their speed, they should be able to catch up and surround us." Who knows? I'm also thinking about this question. Could it be that they are deliberately chasing us away? Gu Yunfei shook his head and said, "It's not that they want to chase us away. It's because they are not deliberately controlling our direction. They have been following us and changing directions. It seems that they're just following us. Or perhaps they don't dare to approach us for some reason." Xiaoling Yu calmly analyzed. With their overall strength, they shouldn't be afraid of the two of us. The most likely reason is that they are afraid of the things on our bodies. Gu Yunfei suddenly stopped and looked at the jade sword case on Xiaoling Yu's back. Could it be that they are here for my divine sword? How did they sense the aura fluctuations of this divine sword before? Even if the divine sword has been overflowing with sword chi and sword intent, it shouldn't have overflowed too far. Furthermore, they're not sword cultivators and don't know anything about sword Dao. How could they be so sensitive to sword intent and sword chi? Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "If it's not for the divine sword, then I don't know why. The things on our bodies are hidden in our dantian or storage magic treasures. No matter how mysterious they are, they won't be able to sense it." Gu Yunfei said with a frown, "We can't keep running like this. Why don't we stop and ask?" After Gu Yunfei nodded, Xiaoling Yu stopped using the extreme speed wings and stood side by side with Gu Yunfei in the sandstorm. Not long after, the dozens of Wind Howling clan experts stopped 1,000 feet away from Xiaoling Yu. Then, a Wind Howling clan cultivator surrounded by whirlwinds slowly flew over. Chapter 152. Although Xiaoling Yu was on guard, he did not show any signs of nervousness. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the Wind Howler clan cultivator. Xiaoling Yu could tell that the Wind Howler clan cultivator's strength was comparable to an eighth tribulation scattered immortal from his aura. Since the Wind Howler clan cultivator did not make a move, he must have something to say. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu did not speak and only stare at the Wind Howler clan cultivator with narrowed eyes. After sizing up Xiaoling Yu for a while, the Wind Howler clan cultivator said in a low, muffled voice, "Can you ask the human cultivator to come over and say a few words?" An arm formed by a whirlwind pointed at Gu Yunfei, who was not far behind Xiaoling Yu. "The problem really lies with me?" Gu Yunfei's heart skipped a beat, and he flew over before Xiaoling Yu could say anything. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Yunfei cupped his fist and waved it as a greeting before going straight to the point. "You have a sacred item of my clan on you. Please return it to us. Of course, we will compensate you." Even though the Wind Howler clan cultivator deliberately lowered his voice, it was still very deafening. "Why would your sacred item be on me? Are you mistaken?" Gu Yunfei asked in confusion. "Of course, there's no mistake. Recently, we suddenly sensed the aura of our race's sacred artifact. That's why we rushed over. If it wasn't our sacred item, how could we sense it so clearly?" The Wind Howler clan cultivator explained. "How do you know it's on me?" Gu Yunfei asked in surprise. because the aura of our sacred item lingers on you. The Wind Howler Clan cultivator said with certainty. Tell me, what kind of treasure is the sacred item of your clan? Gu Yunfei asked. The Wind Howler Clan cultivator paused for a moment and seemed to be thinking quickly before saying, "It's a jade bracelet engraved with runes." Gu Yunfei frowned and asked again, "What's the color of the jade bracelet?" The visitor thought for a moment and then replied, "Bone white." "You guessed it right. I do have such a jade bracelet. But how can you prove that it is a sacred object of your clan?" Gu Yunfei asked, unwilling to give up. "Sir, you can take it out. I don't need to refine it, nor do I need to make it recognize me as its master. I can make it unleash some divine abilities," the person said confidently. Gu Yunfei looked at Xiaoling Yu, and Xiaoling Yu nodded. Currently, there was only one expert on the other side who was approaching. This expert alone was not enough to snatch the treasure from under his nose. Xiaoling Yu was also filled with doubts. First of all, when describing the treasure, although the newcomer was correct, his answers were not fluent. It was obvious that he had to think carefully before coming up with an answer. Second of all, since the newcomer said that the treasure was their Wind Howler tribe's sacred artifact, why did they keep chasing after it instead of rushing over to take it by force? With these 2 points of doubt, Xiaoling Yu wanted to see how this Wind Howler Clan cultivator could make the sacred object unleash some divine abilities without making it recognize him as its master. Gu Yunfei's heart moved, and the jade box that he had been caressing like his own flesh and blood suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, he very carefully opened the jade box, and a hazy white light flowed out from the jade box. Then, a white jade bracelet engraved with runes slowly flew out from the jade box. It shone with a white light and floated very quietly in front of Gu Yunfei. At this moment, Xiaoling Yu's eyes narrowed into a thin line. The 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs and the broken horn golden shield were ready to move. The phoenix feather directly appeared in Xiaoling Yu's hand. In the previous battle, a 7th tribulation expert was able to seriously injure him and escape. Xiaoling Yu naturally did not dare to be careless against an 8th tribulation expert. Chaluhu tu Miao Kai Sa. After the white jade bracelet appeared, the Wind Howler Clan cultivator made a series of hand seals and suddenly chanted an incantation that ordinary cultivators would not understand. Then his whirlwind arm suddenly pointed at the jade bracelet. What Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei did not expect was that after the Wind Howler Clan cultivator made a strange hand seal and incantation, the white jade bracelet actually trembled. At first, it only trembled slightly. In less than 5 breaths of time, the jade bracelet suddenly shone brightly and emitted circles of white light. The white light all surged towards Gu Yunfei, but it gave Gu Yunfei a comfortable feeling. Even his soul seemed to be bathed in the sun. Gu Yunfei knew that this should be a divine ability that could heal injuries and calm the fluctuations in one's mind. Lei Linghu tu Miao Kai Sa. The Wind Howler Clan cultivator then changed his hand seal and incantation. A white sword of light appeared from the jade bracelet, and then slashed towards Xiaoling Yu's head. Xiaoling Yu, who was already very nervous, immediately let the broken horn golden shield float above his head. After a bang, the broken horn golden shield only trembled slightly and did not explode. However, the white sword of light had already dissipated. This was the offensive divine ability of the jade bracelet. It did not go through any refinement, nor did it recognize an owner. It was not easy for the other party to use it to such a degree. The Wind Howler Clan cultivator stopped his hand seal and incantation. The white jade bracelet also retracted its light and returned to its original silent state. This divine object can only be used by us Wind Howler Clan cultivators without any refinement or acknowledgement of an owner. This should be enough to prove it, right? The Wind Howler Clan cultivator said calmly. Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei looked at each other with a difficult expression. Is this jade bracelet important to you? If it isn't, just casually extort something from them and give it to them. After all, the current situation is in their favor. Even if they don't speak politely and directly take it, we can't do anything about it. Xiaoling Yu transmitted his voice to Gu Yunfei. This item was left behind by my clan's ancestor. It has always been hidden in a secret place in my clan's ancestral hall. I returned to the ancestral hall for the treasures left behind by my clan's ancestors. It was because of those treasures that I was able to reach late tribulation transcendent stage so quickly. In the place where the jade bracelet was kept, there was a jade slip that said that the jade bracelet was a very important item. It could be used to open a sealed door to a certain hidden treasure in the chaotic astral ocean. It didn't mention which race's divine object it belonged to. Gu Yunfei explained. In that case, this guy must have guessed correctly. Or perhaps he already knew the characteristics of this jade bracelet and knew how to use it without any refinement or acknowledgement of an owner. That's right. Have you tried to make it recognize an owner? Xiaoling Yu analyzed the situation rationally before asking. I have. It has no effect. It doesn't absorb blood essence or accept any refinement. It is as if it was forged from a special material and not a magic treasure. If you want to enter the hidden treasure, you need to have a very high cultivation. I was planning to give it to you, so you can go and obtain the treasure. Gu Yunfei replied. Your Wind Howler clan has been in the Chaos Star Ocean for many years, so you should know of a treasure trove called the Moonlight Mansion Sky, right? After pondering for a while, Xiaoling Yu suddenly asked the Wind Howler clan ranker. Hearing Xiaoling Yu's question, the other party couldn't help but let out a strange cry before saying, I've never heard of it. Xiaoling Yu chuckled and said, Hee, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I know of the Moonlight Prefecture Sky. There are large amounts of immortal stones and even divine stones hidden there. If you can go in, and if you're lucky, you might be able to obtain some powerful immortal tools or divine tools left behind by ancient experts. I don't really understand what you're saying. What you're saying has nothing to do with the sacred item of my race. The other party's voice became low and seemed to be a little annoyed and impatient. Wrong. I know one more thing. To enter the Yuehua Manor, you have to open its door first. With the current level of cultivators in the cultivation world, it's impossible to forcefully break open the door. Fortunately, when the ancient experts left the Moonlight Prefecture Sky, they also left behind the key to open the door. This ring is the key. Xiaoling Yu shook his head and smiled. To be honest, Xiaoling Yu's words were all guesses. As for whether it was true or not, that was unknown. However, since he dared to say it now, he definitely had some degree of confidence. The Moonlight Prefecture Sky did indeed exist in the chaotic astral ocean. Xiaoling Yu had planned to go there to collect immortal stones. However, with Jiang Lanyue's guidance, he didn't need any key to enter the Moonlight Prefecture Sky. When Jiang Lanyue mentioned the Moonlight Prefecture Sky, he did mention something about the key to the door. However, because he didn't need it, he didn't tell Xiaoling Yu in detail. It seems that I've underestimated you. How do you know about the Moonlight Prefecture Sky? The Wind Howler asked in surprise. Why? Do you think I don't have the right to know about this? Xiaoling Yu couldn't help but feel good about guessing correctly. However, he continued to reply without changing his expression. You're indeed very strong. You might even be stronger than me. You do have the right to know about this. However, I'm sure you don't know much. Or rather, you just guessed it. If you knew, you wouldn't have let me use this ring. The Wind Howler seemed to have understood. Didn't you also use guesses to deceive the two of us? Xiaoling Yu replied nonchalantly. I believe you know that all the major forces in the cultivation world have been searching for these jade rings. Although you're quite strong, you might not be able to keep them for long. The Wind Howler pointed out. Then what do you mean? Xiaoling Yu asked curiously. You can give it to the Wind Howler clan. Of course, you can ask for some conditions that aren't too excessive. Also, you can cooperate with the Wind Howler clan. When the time comes to enter the Moonlight Prefecture Sky, we'll go in together. Before we enter, the Wind Howler clan has always been in an alliance with you. We'll take care of each other and help each other. The Wind Howler clan's expert said indifferently. Chapter 153. Haha, it seems like you're also interested in the treasures in the Yuehua Prefecture. We're actually more willing to cooperate with you instead of taking your jade bracelets. The Wind Howler Race powerhouse laughed. I can see that you've been chasing us all this time, but you didn't take the initiative to attack us because you didn't want to take the jade bracelets. However, I don't understand why you want to cooperate with us. Other than my strength, you should have other concerns, right? Xiaoling Yu nodded and asked curiously, since you've agreed to cooperate with us, we should tell you some things. The Wind Howler Race powerhouse didn't hesitate and immediately explained, in fact, it's not just us Wind Howler Race cultivators. Many experts who have lived in the chaotic astral ocean for many years can use part of the jade bracelet's abilities without being refined or recognized as its master. However, we can't use it. Only human cultivators can use it. You'll understand this when you reach the Yuehua Prefecture's Heavenly Empress. We've been chasing you all this time because we wanted to see how strong you two are. If a non-human cultivator obtains the jade bracelets, they'll have to find a human powerhouse to cooperate with them and let that human powerhouse use the jade bracelets. Hee, I understand now that you put it that way. If that's the case, you must be satisfied with our strength. Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. I can't see through your true strength, but I feel that you're definitely stronger than me. However, you're far from being as strong as the dozens of us combined. The Wind Howler Race powerhouse nodded and said, since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave. Xiaoling Yu shook her fist and said, fellow, we've only reached a verbal agreement. However, this kind of agreement is usually not binding. The Wind Howler Race powerhouse said. Then what do you think? Xiaoling Yu asked. It's very simple. We'll form an alliance through a soul contract. If anyone violates today's agreement, their soul will be destroyed. This way, both of us can rest assured. What do you think? The Wind Howler Race powerhouse seemed to suggest something pertinent. Xiaoling Yu hesitated for a moment before she nodded and replied, that's great. The Wind Howler tribe was indeed very strong. Xiaoling Yu naturally would not reject such a helper. After all, she had already learned a lot about the Yuehua Prefecture through Jiang Lanyue's description. When the time came, she would give these Wind Howler tribe cultivators some benefits in exchange for their lives. Why not? Immediately, Xiaoling Yu and the Wind Howler clan powerhouse made a soul oath to form a temporary alliance until the end of the trip to Yuehua Prefecture. With the soul oath binding them, the Wind Howler Race expert was naturally at ease. However, the Wind Howler Race expert didn't forget to add, the trip to Yuehua Prefecture is very important. Dao Friend's jade bracelet is also very important. I hope Dao Friend can take care of it carefully. In the chaotic astral ocean, there are many experts from various races and powers that can sense its existence through its aura. Before entering the Moonlight Prefecture sky, it's best that fellow Taoist doesn't meet with experts from the chaotic astral ocean to avoid unnecessary complications. You don't have to worry about this. I'm a person who doesn't like to stir up trouble. Even if trouble comes knocking on my door, I can deal with it, Xiaoling Yu replied confidently. Right now, all the jade bracelets that can open Yuehua Prefecture sky should have an owner. It won't be long before Yuehua Prefecture sky opens, so our Wind Howler tribe will be migrating to the Langjing continent. We should be staying there for a while. If fellow Taoist needs help, you can send a message to me. As the Wind Howler Race expert spoke, he took out a special communication magic treasure that looked like a stone. After leaving a soul mark on each other's communication magic treasure, Xiaoling Yu left under the gazes of the Wind Howler tribe's experts. They're going to the Langwang continent too. Coincidentally, I'm going too. Maybe we can really meet again then, Xiaoling Yu muttered as she flew at full speed. Brother, are you also going to the Langhuang continent? Gu Yunfei asked in surprise. He looked surprised and pleasantly surprised. Yes. When am I going to meet someone? Xiaoling Yu nodded. What a coincidence. I'm going to the Langwang continent to meet someone too. Brother, who are you going to meet? Don't tell me it's your sister-in-law. Gu Yunfei said happily. Then big brother, are you going to meet sister-in-law? Xiaoling Yu asked instead of answering. Gu Yunfei was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After a while, he said, Brother, you're right. I'm going to meet a girl that I've admired for a long time, but she hasn't agreed to be my cultivation companion yet. Haha, brother, don't worry. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Maybe she'll agree this time, Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. Sigh, it's difficult, Gu Yunfei said with a sigh. What's so difficult about it? As long as we're in love, it's fine, Xiaoling Yu said casually. We're in love with each other, but she's not a human cultivator. Her elders don't seem to approve of this, and I'm not strong enough. Haha, these aren't big problems. By the way, how did Big Brother get to know sister-in-law, and how did you get to the chaotic astral ocean? Xiaoling Yu asked with a smile. After I returned to the ancestral hall, I met her while she was traveling the cultivation world. There are too many details, so I won't tell you in detail. In any case, we traveled together for a while, so we should have some feelings for each other. As for how I ended up in the Chaos Star Ocean, it was due to luck. A cultivator with unfathomable strength brought me here. That cultivator also said that I had the appearance of a dragon and a tiger, and that I would become a powerful cultivator sooner or later. He also predicted that I would be in danger in the chaotic astral ocean, but I had a benefactor to help me. It was because of his words that I thought of sending you a message when I was in danger in Jiao Forest. Unexpectedly, that senior guessed correctly, Gu Yunfei said with amazement. The cultivation world is too big, and there are all kinds of strange people. However, to be able to predict so accurately, I'm afraid that Senior has great attainments in the art of divination. When cultivators of our generation reach a certain level of cultivation, we can tell the fortunes of ordinary people by 70 to 80%. However, it is too difficult to tell the fortunes of cultivators with decent cultivation. Xiaoling Yu sighed in admiration. That senior sent me to the Lang Chung continent, and before we parted, he told me that it wouldn't be long before we could meet again. Gu Yunfei did not forget to add, if I'm not wrong, he must have also sensed the aura of the jade bracelet on your body. Moreover, he's most likely going to the Moonlight Prefecture sky. When he said that we'll meet soon, it's probably at the Moonlight Prefecture sky. Xiaoling Yu narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something, but then he changed the topic and asked, Big Brother, what do you want a high-level musk dragon fruit for? I got a prescription in my family's ancestral hall for the coiling dragon pill. The ancestral hall only lacked a high-level musk dragon fruit, and it's an irreplaceable main ingredient. Therefore, I could only go to Jiao Forest. I have an invisibility cloak that can completely hide my presence and traces. It's a top-grade spirit tool magic artifact. Even the immortal sense of a seventh tribulation expert wouldn't be able to see through the invisibility cloak. I thought it was very safe, but I didn't expect the experts of Jiao race to set up a very clever restriction on the musk dragon fruit. I just picked it and was discovered by them. Gu Yunfei explained. The coiling dragon pill is an immortal pill. Even if the materials are prepared, it's not easy to refine it. How many materials do you have? Xiaoling Yu asked. Although I have 2 high-level musk dragon fruits, I only have 1 set of the other materials. Gu Yunfei answered. In that case, you must be absolutely sure to refine it. However, in the entire cultivation world, I'm afraid no alchemy expert dares to say that they can refine the coiling dragon pill in 1 try. Xiaoling Yu said with a frown. Yes, but even so, I've already gathered all the materials. I must find an alchemy expert to try. Gu Yunfei didn't have much hope, but if he didn't try, who knew if he could succeed? You should try. In any case, as long as you have all the materials, it's not difficult to find an alchemy grandmaster. Xiaoling Yu nodded in agreement. In the cultivation world, alchemy grandmasters and grandmasters were actually very willing to help others refine high-level pills. This was especially true for grandmasters who could refine immortal pills. They often wanted to practice, but didn't have the materials. Many grandmasters would directly say that if they wanted to refine immortal pills, as long as you could provide them with the complete prescription and materials, they would do it for free. After all, regardless of whether they succeeded in refining immortal pills or not, those alchemy grandmasters and grandmasters would reap some benefits. Of course, they would definitely do their best to succeed. Brother, now that you're strong and standing at a high level, why don't I give you the materials and prescription to refine the coiling dragon pill? You can find someone to refine it and consume it yourself. Gu Yunfei said without any regret. Haha, I appreciate Big Brother's kindness, but the coiling dragon pill is more useful to Big Brother. To tell you the truth, although the coiling dragon pill is an immortal pill, it has no effect on me at all. Xiaoling Yu refused with a smile. The main effect of the coiling dragon pill was to strengthen a cultivator's body so that it could accommodate and absorb higher level energy. At the same time, it could allow a cultivator's spells and magical powers to be imbued with the power of dragons. If one could refine a high-grade or supreme-grade coiling dragon pill, it could even allow a cultivator to have the bloodline of dragons in their body and gain the favor and trust of cultivators with dragons. In the cultivation world, the coiling dragon pill could be considered a heaven-defying pill. It almost had the miraculous effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. However, it was also a legendary immortal pill in the cultivation world. Xiaoling Yu's body was already very strong, and the primal chaos force in his body couldn't be increased by the coiling dragon pill. As for the bloodline of dragons, it was a complete waste for a cultivator like him who often underwent body metamorphosis. Moreover, even if he consumed the coiling dragon pill, he might not necessarily have the bloodline of dragons. Brother, you've saved Big Brother many times. Don't be too polite with Big Brother. Gu Yunfei said. Big Brother, don't misunderstand. I really don't need the coiling dragon pill at all. Xiaoling Yu shook his head. Chapter 154. I guess so, Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. He was in the Lang Huang continent to see Anya. As for whether Anya could be considered as his Taoist companion, he was not sure. After all, they had only practiced dual cultivation once. Anya did not say that she wanted to marry him. Brother, you're ahead of me in this aspect again, Gu Yunfei said helplessly. Brother, don't compare yourself to me. My situation is special. Don't be fooled by my rapid progress. One day, I might lose my life if I'm unlucky, Xiaoling Yu comforted him. His situation was indeed so. His progress was fast, but it was full of hardships and dangers. It was like this in the past, and it would be like this in the future. He did not know when he would fall in the future. When you see that senior again, you can ask him to calculate for you, Gu Yunfei suggested. You can ask him when the time comes. However, my fate is not easy to calculate. Moreover, I have always believed that my fate is in my own hands. There is no such thing as heaven's will. I don't believe in fate, Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. Brother, don't doubt it. Many seniors with profound cultivation have said that they want to fight against heaven and fight for their fate. This is enough to show that all living things are under heaven's will. Our cultivation is to fight against heaven's will. Along the way, we have to go through many hardships. Most of us will be turned into ashes under the brilliant heavenly tribulation. If there is no heaven's will, where does the heavenly tribulation come from? Gu Yunfei shook his head and argued. These are the mysteries of the universe and the wonders of the universe. Who can say for sure? I'm afraid that only those who have cultivated to a level that transcends everything can see this point clearly. We don't have to worry about this blindly. In any case, every day that we can live is a day, and every bit of strength we can get is a bit stronger. The two brothers chatted as they hurried on their way. Unknowingly, they flew out of the desert. Then, they found a place to continue recuperating for a while. He waited until Xiaoling Yu's condition had returned to its peak state when they first arrived at the Langxian continent. Only then did he bring Gu Yunfei to Xingyu. He wanted to cross the Xing River and head to the Langhuang continent. Previously, Xiaoling Yu did not encounter many twists and turns on the way to the Langhuang continent. However, it was different this time. They were unlucky enough to encounter the famous danger between the Langhuang continent and the Langhuang continent, which was the psychedelic nebula. It had only been half a month since the two brothers flew into the starry sky, but they were surrounded by a colorful nebula of unknown length and width. The nebula was moving very fast, and even a nine-tribulation expert would not be able to dodge it. After Xiaoling Yu and Xiaoling Yu discovered the psychedelic nebula, they tried their best to dodge, but they were still surrounded after an hour. The psychedelic nebula was composed of an unknown special fog and stardust. Being in it, the practitioner's thoughts would be greatly restricted. Even at Xiaoling Yu's level, he could only release his thoughts 100 feet away from his body, and the distance that could be seen with the naked eye was only 20 feet. 100 feet was not worth mentioning in the vast starry sky. It was not even a drop in the ocean. In the starry sky, even the practitioners with high cultivation did not have a good sense of direction. Now that their thoughts were restricted, it was very difficult for them to even rush out of the psychedelic nebula, let alone reach the Lang Huang continent. We are so unlucky to encounter the psychedelic nebula. It seems that we have to wait for a long time before we can go to the Lang Huang continent, Gu Yunfei said gloomily. Haha, as long as we are not unlucky enough to encounter the phantom in the psychedelic nebula, it will be fine. It will take a long time for the psychedelic nebula to dissipate by itself, Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. He was not very nervous. Well, as long as we don't encounter the phantom, we will be trapped for a period of time at most. There will be no danger, Gu Yunfei nodded and replied. However, after being trapped for a year and a half, Xiaoling Yu and Dingling Yu, who had not moved much, were very depressed to find that they were really unlucky. Not only were they trapped in the psychedelic nebula, but they were also unlucky enough to encounter a group of phantom. They did not dare to move because they were afraid of bumping into the phantom. It was true that what they were afraid of really happened. The phantom did not have a fixed form. They were born with high intelligence and could transform into the appearance of anything with the help of the special energy in the psychedelic nebula. The individual strength of the phantom was not very strong. Even the leader of the phantom could only reach the level of a sixth tribulation individual immortal at most. However, there were a lot of them, and they often appeared in groups. The most important thing was that as long as they were in the psychedelic nebula, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one could not completely erase them unless one had a very special magic weapon. It was said that many seventh tribulation or even eighth tribulation experts never appeared again after encountering the phantom. That was why the psychedelic nebula had such a fierce reputation. The practitioners who often traveled in the chaotic star sea would turn pale when they talked about it. The phantom disliked any practitioners who traveled across the starry sky very much. As long as they met, they would besiege and attack them. They were the same with Xiaoling Yu and Dingling Yu. As soon as they met, they transformed into all kinds of strange forms and rushed toward Xiaoling Yu and Dingling Yu like a raging tide. Xiaoling Yu felt a headache coming on. He immediately let the golden shield of broken horn protect Gu Yunfei and let the sixth demon, suppressing immortal pearls, float above his head to cast a divine light shield to protect him. Then, he carried the phoenix feather and swept in all directions. The demons suppressing immortal pearls and the golden shield of broken horn were both finest grade immortal artifacts. Even the abnormal chaos, heavenly tribulation, did not destroy them. These phantom, whose cultivation was not high and did not have many attacking methods, naturally could not break their defense. However, there were too many phantom, and they could not be erased. Their continuous attacks could wear down Xiaoling Yu's cultivation and energy. After all, maintaining the defense of a finest grade immortal artifact was not without consumption. Because he could not see too far, Xiaoling Yu could not be sure how many phantom were around him and Dingling Yu. However, he was sure that if he continued to defend passively, the two of them would definitely die here. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu took Gu Yunfei to resist the attacks of the phantom while moving quickly. Unfortunately, the phantom was extremely fast in this hallucinatory nebula. Xiaoling Yu, who had almost completely lost his sense of direction, could not get rid of them at all. They were like maggots attached to bones, chasing after him. Xiaoling Yu's mind turned sharply, but he could not think of a good way to deal with the situation in front of him. However, not long after, Xiaoling Yu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have obtained a mutated phantom grass in the Lich secret realm. The phantom grass was a top-grade material, and it could grow in the harsh environment of the Lich secret realm. After it mutated, it had been nurtured for so many years. It was estimated that it was at least comparable to an ordinary immortal-grade material. The quality of the illusory spirit grass was not the key. The key was that the illusory spirit grass was irresistible to these illusory spirits, because a single illusory spirit grass could almost raise the strength of an illusory spirit by a whole realm. If the illusory spirit grass was in the form synthesis stage before taking it, then after taking the illusory spirit grass, it would directly soar to the crossing calamity stage. Xiao Lingyu took out the illusionary spirit grass and released its aura. As he expected, the illusionary spirits that were pouncing towards Xiao Lingyu froze on the spot. They stared at the illusionary spirit grass with greedy expressions. They were stunned for only a moment, and then the phantom rushed over even more ferociously. Xiao Lingyu did not take out the phantom grass to set himself on fire, or to make the fire burning on him more vigorous. He did not hesitate at all, and immediately threw the phantom grass out. As Xiao Lingyu expected, the phantom began to fight with each other for the mutated phantom grass, and no longer attacked Xiao Lingyu and Gu Yunfei. When I'm with you, there are always unexpected situations, Gu Yunfei said with admiration. Don't be happy too early. It's not certain whether we can use this to get rid of these phantom. Xiao Lingyu said without the slightest complacency as he flapped his wings of extreme speed to escape. Wait, there seems to be something wrong over there. Xiao Lingyu had just flown for less than 10 breaths when he heard Gu Yunfei's call. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Lingyu turned his head and looked over. He was surprised to find that those illusory spirits were like moths to a flame, rushing toward the mutated illusory spirit grass. However, no matter which illusory spirit approached the illusory spirit grass, its body would turn into a wisp of mist and be swallowed by the illusory spirit grass. The phantom could not be erased, and the phantom gathered together in groups like a small lake. However, the gate of this small lake seemed to have been opened, and the lake water was rapidly draining away. As more and more illusory spirits were devoured, the 3 long leaves of the illusory spirit grass gradually expanded. The illusory spirit grass, which was already a little strange, now looked more like a demonic beast. Even though the absorption speed was so fast, it took the phantom grass a full 10 minutes to swallow all the phantom that had gathered around it. The surrounding area calmed down, but Xiao Lingyu and Gu Yunfei's expressions became more dignified. This herb is too powerful. Don't tell me it has already developed consciousness? Gu Yunfei said in surprise. Big brother, wait here. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Lingyu left the broken horn golden shield behind, and then flew to a place that was only 10 feet away from the phantom grass. He then carefully observed it with his mind and eyes. What made Xiao Lingyu feel even more strange was that although the phantom grass had automatically swallowed countless phantom with strong cultivation, it was still very quiet. The life aura on its body became stronger, but there was no sign of it developing consciousness. This was because Xiao Lingyu could not feel the slightest fluctuation of soul power from it. Since the phantom spirits had been swallowed, this place was naturally safe. Now that the hallucinatory nebula had not automatically dissipated, Xiao Lingyu and Gu Yunfei did not dare to act recklessly. They stayed close to the phantom grass so that if they encountered any more phantom, they would not have to worry. However, Gu Yunfei had always felt uneasy staying next to the demonic illusory spirit grass. It was as if the illusory spirit grass could suddenly go berserk and devour the 2 brothers at any time. Chapter 155. Even though the illusory spirit grass was very obedient, Xiao Lingyu did not dare to touch it. The scene of the illusory spirit grass devouring those illusory spirits was too shocking for him. Even standing in front of the illusory spirit grass was enough to make Xiao Lingyu shudder, let alone touch it. Xiao Lingyu and his brother continued to stare at the demonic illusory spirit grass until nearly 10 years later, when the boundless illusory nebula finally dissipated. In the past 10 years, the illusory spirit grass had devoured many illusory spirits, and its body had also expanded and shrunk. When the illusory nebula disappeared, it had only grown a little bigger. This illusory spirit grass is really not an ordinary medicinal herb. No wonder it can survive and grow in a place like the Lich Mystery Realm. Xiao Yu praised from the bottom of his heart. Then, he made up his mind to try to collect the illusory spirit grass. Xiao Yu and his brother could not wait here forever. However, he could not bear to leave such a magical illusory spirit grass behind. After weighing the pros and cons, he wrapped his hand in high-level chaotic energy and slowly grabbed it. Unsurprisingly, the illusory spirit grass did not resist at all. Xiao Yu easily grabbed it in his hand and put it into a jade box. It should be devouring the illusory spirits on its own. It doesn't have a consciousness, Gu Yunfei said with squinted eyes. There is no fluctuation of soul power on it, nor does it have a consciousness. It's just a medicinal herb. However, this medicinal herb is a little strange. Xiao Yu nodded and replied after sealing the jade box and putting it away. We've been trapped here for a long time. Let's set off first. We'll study this illusory spirit grass later, Gu Yunfei said. Haha, big brother, you've been cultivating for so many years. Why would you care about a mere 10 years? Don't tell me you're thinking about seeing sister-in-law? Xiao Yu joked with a smile. Then, he took out Star Chaser and continued to fly toward the Langhuang continent. They did not encounter any other accidents along the way. After half a year, Star Chaser landed at the gate of a small city in the Langhuang continent. There were no major cultivation cities on the several continents in the chaotic astral ocean, but there were many small towns. Most of the cultivators on the streets of the cities were not weak. After entering the city, Xiao Yu bought a jade slip with a map of the Langhuang continent engraved as usual. Then, he brought Gu Yunfei to a small tavern and ordered a few dishes. The Xiao Yu and Gu Yunfei ordered a few dishes and drinks. Star Chaser and Yunfei's to Yunfei. And Yunfei's. Bought Yunfei's to Yunfei. Are Yunfei and Yunfei. Spirit Yunfei. By Yunfei's Yunfei by Jade. Yunfei continent Yunfei's by Eunice. Bye. Those foreign races live here, and they don't allow other cultivators to go to their territory to inquire about the situation. Naturally, it's very difficult to purchase jade slips with detail carvings. Even if there was such a jade slip, it would have already been taken away by the experts of the chaotic star ocean. How could it be our turn? Gu Yunfei took a sip of spirit wine and helplessly agreed. Big brother, do you have a way to find sister-in-law? Xiao Yu asked. No. She only told me that she would return to the Langhuang continent after her journey. She's from the flower people. Gu Yunfei shook his head. Flower people. There doesn't seem to be any records of where flower people live and cultivate on these jade slips. Xiao Yu finally understood why Gu Yunfei was so depressed. Let's ask around later. We should be able to find some clues. By the way, do you have a way to contact your younger sister-in-law? Gu Yunfei was not too disappointed and turned to care about Xiao Yu. I can send a message to her, but I don't know if she can receive it. Xiao Yu said, since she can send a message, she should be able to find her. At that time, I also wanted her to leave a soul imprint on me, but she didn't agree. Gu Yunfei bitterly smiled. Don't worry, it should be easy to find out. Xiao Yu raised his wine cup and comforted him. This small tavern looks very ordinary, but there are many people. The wine and dishes are also ordinary, but the price is not cheap. Why is the business so good? Gu Yunfei did not want his question to affect his brother's mood, so he changed the topic. I'm also depressed. The tavern is not big, but the business is very good. The wine and dishes should be good, but the reality is not like this. I don't know what's going on. Xiao Yu nodded and said, just as the two of them were talking, there was a commotion at the door. They could faintly hear that a big shot was coming. All the guests in the room, except for the two of them, stood up, and they all had expectant expressions on their faces. Not long after, A skinny cultivator with a goatee and a wicked smile slowly walked into the tavern under the escort of many cultivators. The strangest thing was that the goatee cultivator was holding a bamboo pole in his hand. There was a white cloth hanging from the pole with the words "Inquiry Package" written on it. The goatee cultivator finally sat on a chair that was temporarily set up in the tavern. The tavern's receptionist quickly set up a wooden table in front of the cultivator. Then, a middle-aged cultivator who looked a little plump clapped his hands to silence everyone. Then he said with a smug expression, "Today, our shop is lucky enough to invite Bao Chi. If you have any questions, as long as you spend 10 top-grade spirit stones in our shop today, you can ask Bao Chi for advice one by one." As usual, the inquiry package will charge a certain amount of spirit stones based on the preciousness of the information he provides. Regular customers all know this. Most of the fellow Taoists present here are here because of Bao's information. Therefore, I won't waste any more words. Everyone, you may begin. Have we spent enough? Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei heard the tavern owner's introduction and asked in unison. The two then tacitly calculated and found that the wine and dishes they ordered didn't even cost 20 top-grade spirit stones. They immediately called the receptionist over. The receptionist was very busy at this time. Many cultivators who wanted to inquire about things but didn't spend 10 top-grade spirit stones were all asking for more wine and dishes. The tavern owner seemed to have expected such a situation and prepared a lot of wine and dishes. Even though most of the cultivators were clamoring for more wine and dishes, the tavern didn't have a shortage of food. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the cultivators who wanted to inquire about things had increased their spending to 10 top-grade spirit stones. 10 top-grade spirit stones was actually quite a large sum of spirit stones, but it wasn't worth mentioning for the cultivators of the chaotic astral ocean. First, the cultivators here had some background. Second, the resources here were very abundant. Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei were filled with anticipation. After the cultivators who went to inquire about things talked with the thin cultivator called Inquiry Package, they all returned to their seats with great satisfaction as if they had obtained the information they wanted. After waiting for nearly 4 hours, it was Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei's turn. The two walked over to Inquiry Package's table. "What do you want to inquire about?" Inquiry Package asked with a polite smile. Gu Yunfei looked at Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu said, "Big brother, you go first." Gu Yunfei didn't hold back and asked, "Do you know where the flower people gather?" Inquiry Package paused for a moment and said, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones first." Okay. Gu Yunfei was a wealthy person and naturally wouldn't care about a mere 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. He immediately threw a storage pouch on the table. Bao Inquiry first checked the storage bag, then put it away and said, 500 years ago, the flower spirits were at the Rose Lake in the East Peak Forest." Gu Yunfei frowned and said, "I'm not asking about 500 years ago. I'm asking about the present. Maybe he's still there." Bao Inquiry gave an ambiguous answer. "What kind of answer is that?" Gu Yunfei asked with a bit of anger. "That's why I only charged 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. If I could give you an accurate answer, it wouldn't be this price." Inquiry Package didn't mind. He often encountered this kind of situation. "Then do you have an accurate answer?" "Spirit stones aren't a problem." Gu Yunfei didn't give up and asked, "No, if you want to find the flower people, go to Rose Lake in Donghua Forest. At least you can find some clues." Inquiry Package shook his head. Gu Yunfei knew that Inquiry Package didn't have any more useful information, so he helplessly retreated. This fellow Taoist has an extraordinary appearance and a good temperament. You definitely have a lot of luck. What do you want to know? Inquiry Package said to Xiaoling Yu, who was standing in front of him. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaoling Yu and his eyes faintly flashed. Fellow Taoist is too kind. Xiaoling Yu first replied politely and then said, "Fellow Taoist must know about the Shuntian League. My question is, do you know if there's a female sword cultivator called Anya in the Shuntian League?" "I didn't know about the Shuntian League, but I've never heard of that woman in the Shuntian League. If fellow Taoist is willing to pay 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, I can tell fellow Taoists some things about the Shantian League. The Shantian League has always been mysterious and very secretive. Some things aren't easy to find out. Inquiry Package first shook his head and then suggested temptingly, fellow Taoist is really good at doing business. Shaolin Yu first smiled and praised before taking out a storage bag and said, there are 200,000 top-grade spirit stones in here. Fellow Taoist, please tell me everything you know about the Shantian League. If I tell you everything, it won't be worth 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Inquiry Package first put away the storage bag and then said as if he was trying to raise the price. Since fellow Taoist can see that I have a lot of luck, you should also be able to see that I don't lack spirit stones. Shaolin Yu said casually. Then please wait a moment. Once I'm done here, I'll tell fellow Taoist in detail. Inquiry Package said with a very serious expression, as if he was paying enough attention to this business. He didn't make Shaolin Yu wait for long. After another 4 hours, there were no more cultivators at Inquiry Package's table. He then gave Shaolin Yu a look and said goodbye to the tavern owner. Chapter 156. Bao Inquire first left the small town and walked at a moderate pace for an hour before stopping at the foot of a small mountain. Shaolin Yu and Gu Yunfei also stopped and slowly walked in front of Bao Inquire. Shaolin Yu cupped his fists and said, there's no one here and it's very quiet. It's a good place to talk. Bao Inquire didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, before telling fellow Taoist about the Shantian League, may I ask what fellow Taoist is thinking about the Shantian League? I don't have any thoughts. I'm just curious. Before coming to the Langhuang continent, I was fortunate enough to meet an expert from the Shantian League. I had nothing to do, so I wanted to ask. Shaolin Yu vaguely replied. Bao Inquire smiled and said, if fellow Taoist wants to become enemies with the Shantian League, then I advise fellow Taoist to give up. I also know that the Shantian League is very powerful and has many experts. There are even top experts in the cultivation world. However, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Shantian League. I just feel that this organization is too mysterious and powerful, so I wanted to inquire about it. Of course, if fellow Taoist has any misgivings, then there's no need to speak of it. Shaolin Yu said with an indifferent expression, I don't have any misgivings. I'm just kindly reminding fellow Taoist. Although fellow Taoist has no intention of becoming enemies with the Shantian League, if the Shantian League wants to become enemies with fellow Taoist, then fellow Taoist should quickly leave the Chaos Astral Ocean. Since you want to know and have already paid the top-grade spirit stones, I'll tell you a little bit. Bao Inquire kindly reminded again and then said, the Shantian League's headquarters is on the Langhuang continent. But not only do their forces cover several cultivation continents in the Chaos Astral Ocean, they also have branches in other cultivation continents. It can be said that their tentacles have already spread to every corner of the cultivation world. Most of those branches are shops on the surface, but in fact they collect information for the Shantian League, recruit experts for the Shantian League, and snatch some precious treasures or cultivation resources for the Shantian League. Bao noticed that Shaolin Yu's expression was calm, but he frowned. He should be dissatisfied with such a general introduction. After a slight pause, he continued, there are many experts in the Shantian League, but they're not only experts, the human clan. The Shantian League's strongest has a 9th tribulation loose demon, and there are 2 8th tribulation loose devils. Of the Shantian of the League. Shantian of the Shantian League's headquarters. The Shantian of the Shantian League. Of the Shantian of the Shantian of the Shantian League, Shantian Shantai. The headquarters of the Shantian League is called the General League by everybody, and nobody knows where the General League is located. Everybody only knows that the General League is on the Langhuang continent. The Shantian League doesn't have its own unique practice methods. Their experts practice methods that are suitable for themselves, and most of those methods come from different parts of the Shantian world. Some of them are even unique methods of some powerful sections. The Sky Alliance's infiltration and scouting abilities are extremely strong, and they have spies in many of the peak powers of the cultivation world. In this way, they would be able to obtain information on the movements and current situation of those peak powers. They would even be able to find out the details of those peak powers and even steal their cultivation techniques. Of course, many experts and leaders of big forces in the Shantian world know a little about the Shantian League, but they can't do anything about it. For those big forces in the Shantian world, the Shantian League is like a fishbone stuck in their throat. They have tried to unite several times to eradicate the Shantian League, but their plans were interrupted because they couldn't find the headquarters of the Shantian League and the experts of the Shantian League. Under normal circumstances, the Shantian League is very low-key and doesn't make any waves in the Shantian world. It's like they just spread a big net and stare at the entire Shantian world, searching for something. However, in recent years, the Shantian League has been making big moves frequently. It's like they have been brewing for many years and have accumulated enough energy to explode. That's why I advise you to avoid the Shantian League if you don't get along well with them. Now that the Shantian League is in the midst of a high-profile outbreak, you must not provoke them at this time. What Bao Inquirer said next had some value, and Xiaolingyu was very satisfied with it. Xiaolingyu didn't really believe that the Shantian League's people said they were strong, but if an outsider said so, it was enough to prove that the huge Shantian League must have terrifying power. That's all. Xiaolingyu asked. As an outsider, it's already good that I know so much. Bao Inquirer shook his head. Then how many top-grade spirit stones are they worth? Xiaolingyu was a little disappointed. I won't take any more top-grade spirit stones from you. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Bao Inquirer generously waved his hand, then slowly rose into the air and flew into the distance at a leisurely pace. If I'm not wrong, the Shantian League wants to catch you because of the jade bracelet on your body. However, how did they know that you have a jade bracelet? Could it be that they have seen you before? Xiaolingyu asked suspiciously. I'm not sure either. With the strength of the Shantian League, if they had seen me before, they would have already made a move. Unless the cultivator who saw me wasn't very strong. Gu Yunfei also didn't quite understand. The Shantian League's headquarters is here, and you and I are probably on the Shantian League's blacklist. We should be more careful in the future. We're not afraid of them taking revenge, but we're afraid of endless trouble. Xiaolingyu said worriedly. Brother, is the sword cultivator woman Anya's sister-in-law? Gu Yunfei asked curiously. Hee, that's her. I suspect that she's from the Shantian League, but I don't have any concrete evidence. Xiaolingyu nodded with a smile. If sister-in-law is from the Shantian League, and we're not on good terms with the Shantian League, I hope that we won't implicate her. Gu Yunfei said with good intentions. If she's from the Shantian League, then she must have an extremely high status in it. However, I still hope that she's not. Xiaolingyu said with a bitter smile. If Anya was from the Shantian League, then it wouldn't be easy for him to become her Dao companion. Moreover, she might not think highly of him. Brother, have you sent a message to sister-in-law? Gu Yunfei asked with concern. Not yet. I have to make sure whether she's from the Shantian League or not. Xiaolingyu shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if she's from the Shantian League or not. With brother's ability, no matter how powerful the Shantian League is, they'll still favor brother. Gu Yunfei said with relief. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the Rose Lake in the Dongyue Forest to take a look. Xiaolingyu patted Gu Yunfei's shoulder and then chose a direction to fly at full speed. The map jade slips that the two of them had purchased previously had the Rose Lake in the Dongyue Forest. The Dongyue Forest was a very famous place on the Langhuang continent. Like the other forests in the Astral Sea of Disorder, it was rich in cultivation resources and produced large amounts of natural treasures. At the same time, there were many powerful demon beasts and many foreign races living here. Many foreign races in the Astral Sea of Disorder gathered in the larger forests. With Xiaolingyu's current strength, he could travel anywhere in the cultivation world. When the demon beasts and foreign cultivators in the Dongyue Forest saw him, they didn't dare to stop him. The journey to the Rose Lake was very smooth. The two of them then began to circle around the Rose Lake. looking for traces of the flower people. The Rose Lake wasn't very large. It was oval-shaped and had a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers. The scenery around the Rose Lake was very beautiful. It was like a paradise with beautiful flowers everywhere. There were also cobblestone paths that weren't man-made. Occasionally, there were even some artificial mountains and pavilions. It was clear that there were traces of cultivators living and cultivating here. However, they were all gone now. The Rose Lake's water was also very beautiful. The lake water was light purple and rippled with the wind like nectar. It was said that drinking the Rose Lake's water could make cultivators stay young forever. However, cultivators all had their own youth-retaining techniques. This effect of the Rose Lake water didn't have much meaning. After circling around, they didn't find any traces of the flower people. The flower people who had gathered here 500 years ago had obviously migrated to another place. Let's look more carefully. Perhaps we can find some clues. Xiaoling Yu saw that Gu Yunfei's expression wasn't good and said to comfort him, "No need. We've already searched very carefully. If there were any clues, they wouldn't have escaped our eyes." Gu Yunfei shook his head with a disappointed expression. "Then let's go to the other cities and ask around." Xiaoling Yu nodded. The two brothers immediately flew out of the Dongyue forest. However, just as they left the Rose Lake, Xiaoling Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed and his expression returned to normal. However, Xiaoling Yu stopped and then flew backward for a distance. After flying back, Xiaoling Yu turned around and flew out of the Rose Lake. After repeating this several times, Xiaoling Yu grinned and said to Gu Yunfei, "I think I found something." "I think you found something. Otherwise, why would you go back and forth like this?" "What did you find?" Gu Yunfei didn't look too surprised. "There's a strand of consciousness following us. When we first came in, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, when we came out, I suddenly discovered it. That strand of consciousness suddenly disappeared after we left." Xiaoling Yu transmitted his voice. "It should be because my cultivation isn't high enough. I didn't find any strand of consciousness following us." Gu Yunfei said, "Since it's been following us for a long time, it would be rude of us to leave without saying goodbye." As Xiaoling Yu spoke, he flapped his wings a few times and turned into a streak of silver light. Xiaoling Yu brought Gu Yunfei to the center of the Rose Lake. Then, Xiaoling Yu looked around for a while before diving into the lake. Gu Yunfei followed closely behind. Xiaoling Yu searched for a while until they reached the bottom of the Rose Lake. Then, he found a secret passage at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 157. That strand of consciousness was emitted from one of the stone doors, and it was still locked onto Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei. It seemed that as long as the two were near Rose Lake, they would be firmly locked onto by this strand of consciousness. Xiaoling Yu first observed the row of stone doors and discovered that there was nothing unusual in the surroundings. There weren't any powerful restrictions or formations set up either. Only then did he slowly walk up to a stone door, and then he stretched out his hand and forcefully pushed it. The stone door was easily pushed open by Xiaoling Yu, and then he vigilantly took a step back. Nothing abnormal happened, and the two of them looked behind the stone door. Behind the stone door was a secret room. There were no decorations, and it seemed very empty. After entering the secret room, Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei saw that at the corner of the wall, there was a jet-black flower tied up by a white rope. That strand of consciousness was released from this jet-black flower, and its life aura was very weak. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave and could pass away at any time. He should be a flower people, but he was imprisoned here. When the flower people migrated, they did not bring him along. His crime is probably not light, Gu Yunfei guessed. Looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer, Xiaoling Yu said while stroking his chin. Then should we save him? Perhaps he knows where the flower people migrated to, Gu Yunfei asked. Looking at his appearance, I can guess that this fellow is probably not a good person. When ordinary flower people cultivators turn into flowers, they are abnormally beautiful. But he is completely black, Xiaoling Yu said, not knowing whether to agree or disagree. That's true. He may have been imprisoned here for a long time. Most likely, he does not know where the flower people migrated to, Gu Yunfei said while nodding, but his expression was still regretful. It was obvious that he did not want to give up this opportunity. No matter what, we must save him first. Otherwise, why will we come back? Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. She then took out her silver moon broken blade and slashed the white rope. No matter how powerful the white rope was, it couldn't withstand the attack of a divine artifact and was immediately severed. The strange thing was that after the white rope broke, it immediately turned into white smoke and sank into the body of the jet-black flower bud. What was even more surprising was that after the white smoke sank into the flower bud immediately began to change color. The originally jet-black flower bud actually turned a demonic deep purple in 3 breaths of time. Moreover, the entire flower bud's vitality was rapidly recovering, as if it was about to be rejuvenated. Xiaoling Yu and Gu Yunfei cautiously retreated to the door. 6 demons suppressing immortal orbs and broken horn golden shield were summoned to protect the 2 of them. After 100 breaths, the flower bud became beautiful and alluring. Moreover, it constantly swayed its body, like a gorgeous woman in a purple dress stretching after waking up. Then, the flower bud began to slowly move towards the door. When it was halfway there, its body was wrapped in a hazy mist. After the mist dissipated, the flower bud was only 3 steps away from the door. A beautiful woman in a purple dress was revealed. Flower people, Hua Wushuang, thank you for saving my life. The beautiful woman bowed and expressed her thanks. This woman was tall and had a graceful figure. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her skin was like fine jade. There was also a flowery fragrance that naturally pervaded the air, giving people a feeling that they would be intoxicated with just a glance. Lady Hua is too polite. We just happened to pass by here and saw that you were trapped here. We couldn't bear to see you being trapped here, so we came to save you. Xiaoling Yu also cupped his fist and shook it. Then, he replied courteously, "We are unable to repay you for saving my life. Lady Hua, don't be so courteous. As long as Lady Hua can answer one of our questions truthfully, it will be considered as repayment." Gu Yunfei interrupted. "I will definitely tell you everything I know," Hua Wushuang said very sincerely. "Does Lady Huan know where the flower people have migrated to?" Gu Yunfei asked straightforwardly. "I don't know. Before the migration, I was imprisoned here because of a disagreement with the clan leader. If he didn't mention it, Wushuang wouldn't have known that the flower people had migrated out of Rose Lake." Hua Wushuang shook her head and said, "You really don't know." Sigh. Gu Yunfei's expectant face was immediately filled with disappointment. "Big brother, don't worry. If Lady Hua can have a disagreement with the clan leader of the flower people, then she must have an extraordinary status in the flower people. She should have a way to find the new location of the flower people." Xiaoling Yu said, and looked at Hua Wushuang. "May I take the liberty to ask why the 2 of you are asking about the location of the flower people?" Hua Wushuang asked cautiously. "Haha, Lady Hua, don't misunderstand. We don't have any bad intentions in asking about the location of the flower people. We just want to visit an old friend." Xiaoling Yu explained with a smile. "Who are you visiting? Maybe Wushuang knows them?" Hua Wushuang asked. Xiaoling Yu was not impatient at all. Instead, she admired Hua Wushuang very much. Even if she had a disagreement with the clan leader and was almost imprisoned to death, she was still thinking about the flower people at this moment. "She's called Hualan Gu Yunfei hesitated for a moment and replied truthfully. "Lan She's the clan leader's precious granddaughter." Hua Wushuang saw that Gu Yunfei's expression was a little unusual when he mentioned Hualan, so she said meaningfully, "Miss Hua, if you can help us find the new residents of the Flower Spirit clan, please tell us frankly. The 2 of us won't be staying in the Nephrite Brilliance continent for long. Please help us," Xiaoling Yu said calmly. "I can indeed find the flower people. However, it's hard to say whether the flower people still exist now." Hua Wushuang said with a dispirited expression. Why is that? Gu Yunfei asked anxiously. Haha, this is just my guess. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first. Hua Wushuang said perfunctorily, and then took the lead to walk out of the secret passage. After exiting the secret passage, Hua Wushuang did not cast any spells. She just took a quick glance and flew in a direction. Xiao Yu and his brother naturally followed closely behind. They did not know whether it was because Hua Wushuang had just recovered and could not speed up, or because there were too many taboos in the Dongyue forest, but she flew slowly and leisurely. She even changed directions many times. After flying for an entire day, she finally stopped in front of them. In front of us is Otognathie's base. Let's search around their base first. Hua Wushuang said, and flew to the left. The flower people's new base is near Otognathie's base. Gu Yunfei asked, puzzled. I hope not. If they are, the flower people who have been passed down for countless years will disappear soon. Hua Wushuang replied worriedly. There must be a story behind this. If Lady Hua doesn't want to tell us, let's not ask anymore. It's fine as long as we can find them. Xiao Yu said to Gu Yunfei. It's not that Wushuang doesn't want to tell you, and it's not that Wushuang doesn't trust you. It's just that this matter might not be true, and it's really hard for me to talk about it. Lady Hua, you don't have to take it to heart. Although we brothers are curious, we are definitely not people who like to pry into private matters. Gu Yunfei hurriedly explained. Hua Wushuang's guess was correct. The Flower Spirit clan's base was indeed nearby. The three of them had only walked half a circle before they saw a rather large valley. The valley was surrounded by colorful flowers. Sigh, I hope none of this has happened. Hua Wushuang sighed and led Xiao Yu and his brother to the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was rather spacious, and it seemed to be unguarded. However, when the three of them reached the entrance, there were two slightly larger flowers on either side of the entrance. After swaying for a while, they turned into human figures. The two of them were obviously guarding the place in the form of flower spirits. When they saw outsiders, they immediately revealed themselves. Elder Wushuang, why are you? After seeing the appearance of the person who came, the two flower people opened their peach mouths wide in shock. What? Is it hard for you to accept that I'm still alive? Hua Wushuang asked in a dignified manner. No. The two flower people were like frightened little girls. They hurriedly waved their hands and denied it. Can I go in? Hua Wushuang didn't argue with the two juniors. She immediately pointed at the valley and asked. Looking at the two very young flower people, they were very hesitant. All right, I won't go in first. Help me pass a message to the clan leader. Tell him that Hua Wushuang wants to see him. Hua Wushuang said calmly. Then please wait for a moment, Elder Wushuang. One of the flower people replied and turned to enter the valley. Not long after, a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a red robe and a crown followed the young woman to the entrance of the valley. Little Sister Wushuang, you're very lucky. The middle-aged woman was a little surprised at first, but then she said with a smile, I was just a little lucky. I almost turned into ashes. Fortunately, these two friends passed by and saved my life. Hua Wushuang's tone was relatively calm. Although the clan leader had ordered to imprison her, she didn't seem to have much hatred. These two friends have extraordinary auras. They must have high cultivations. I didn't expect them to have a kind heart. The middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Yu and Hua Wushuang meaningfully. Then she said, Little Sister Wushuang, you didn't bring these two foreign experts here for revenge, did you? Revenge? You're looking down on me. You're the clan leader. You have the right to imprison me. Even if you kill me, I won't have any complaints. I have no enmity with you or the flower people. If I, Hua Wushuang, was so narrow-minded, I'm afraid you wouldn't imprison me. Hua Wushuang still looked very calm. It seemed that her state of mind had improved a lot after experiencing this life and death situation. Little Sister Wushuang, I've already ordered you to be expelled from the flower people. I wonder what you're here for today. The middle-aged clan leader had a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Chapter 158. Sister, You're no longer one of the flower people, so you don't have to worry about the flower people. However, I can tell you that the flower people are much stronger than before. The beautiful middle-aged woman first responded to Hua Wushuang, then asked Xiao Lingyu and Gu Yunfei, "May I know why you're looking for my granddaughter?" "We can't say that we're looking for advice. We're just friends, so we're here to visit," Gu Yunfei replied. "Lana went out to explore some time ago. She should have gained something. She's currently in seclusion, so it's not convenient for her to meet guests." The beautiful middle-aged woman shook her head. "May I ask when Miss Lana will come out of seclusion?" Xiaoling Yu asked. "Both of you should know that there's no guarantee when a cultivator will come out of seclusion. Sometimes they'll come out in 2 or 3 months. Sometimes it might take hundreds or even thousands of years," the beautiful middle-aged woman said with uncertainty. "Hee, since that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. However, if Lana comes out of seclusion, I hope that Lord Clan Leader can send me a message," Xiao Lingyu replied with a smile as he took out his communication spiritual pearl. Gu Yunfei didn't know how to respond to the beautiful middle-aged woman's words. Only Xiao Lingyu could help. "All right." The beautiful middle-aged woman didn't hesitate and accepted Xiao Lingyu's soul imprint with her communication spiritual treasure. Then, she sent a strand of her own soul imprint into Xiao Lingyu's communication spiritual treasure. "Then we'll take our leave." Xiao Lingyu then cupped her fists and bowed, then left with Gu Yunfei. What the two didn't expect was that not long after, Hua Wushuang caught up with them with a worried expression. "Miss Hua, the flower people are safe and sound now. It's said that they're developing well. Why are you still so worried?" Xiao Lingyu asked in confusion. Although she said it was a question, she was actually trying to get information out of her. Hua Wushuang was very smart. She naturally knew what Xiao Lingyu meant. However, she had already been expelled from the flower people. Now that she couldn't even enter the flower people's encampment, there was nothing for her to be stubborn about. "I've always been against the flower people migrating to Otagnathi's side and forming an alliance with Otagnathi, but the patriarch advocated this. Although the flower people and Otagnathi seem to be getting along well with each other, as time passes, the flower people will definitely become Otagnathi's subordinates, and most of the flower people's women will be chosen by Otagnathi as their Tao companions. Otagnathi is naturally cunning and lustful. Flower people like us coming here is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. To put it bluntly, we are throwing meat buns at a dog." Hua Wushuang sighed. The flower people's patriarch should also know about Otagnathi's situation. Why would she still make such a choice? Gu Yunfei asked, puzzled. "Because Otagnathi is indeed very powerful, and we flower people are ranked at the bottom of the East Peak Forest races. If we were to compare all the races in the entire Lang Huang continent or the chaotic astral ocean, our overall strength would appear to be too weak. We flower spirits have very weak bodies. Our bodies can't contain too much high-grade energy, which greatly limits our power. Furthermore, we flower spirits were born naturally, so the scale of our race isn't large. Our individual strength isn't strong, and the scale of our race isn't large. The reason we were able to survive in the Lang Huang continent for so many years without being exterminated is because we have to rely on the protection of other races. Previously, when the thunder-devouring race that we relied on was exterminated, Otagnathi came to us and asked us flower people to rely on Otagnathi. The conditions they gave us were very generous, but they only had one request, and that was that the adult disciples of the two races could marry. Flower people rarely have male cultivators, while Otagnathi mostly have male cultivators. Furthermore, Otagnathi's race is very large, and they have countless adult disciples. As a result, it won't be long before more than half of our flower people will marry into Otagnathi. When that time comes, the flower people will only exist in name, Hua Wushuang explained very patiently. After hearing this explanation, Xiaoling Yu finally understood why Hua Wushuang didn't want to talk about it before, and even said that it was difficult to talk about it. Perhaps your patriarch can also think of Miss Wushuang's worries. Perhaps she already has a countermeasure. Gu Yunfei comforted her. She can think of it, but she's too optimistic and has too much faith in autognathy. After all, with a weaker party, once autognathy falls out with us, it'll be too late for the flower people to regret it. Flower people are now right under autognathy's nose. If autognathy falls out with us, the entire flower people will be left behind, Hua Wushuang said worriedly. Miss Wushuang has already been expelled from the flower people and was almost imprisoned to death. Yet you're still so passionate about the flower people. It's truly admirable, Xiaoling Yu said sincerely. The flower people gave birth to me and raised me. The fact that I can live to this day and have the cultivation I have today is all because of the flower people. If I forget this kindness because of some bad luck, then I'll be letting my conscience down. Hua Wushuang shook her head and smiled. That's true. No matter if it's a mortal or a successful cultivator, you shouldn't forget your roots, Gu Yunfei agreed. Lan is currently in seclusion. I'm afraid you two will have to wait for a while. Hua Wushuang changed the topic. Perhaps they felt that they were under the protection of the powerful autognathy, or perhaps they wanted to be close to nature and didn't want to destroy the flowers and plants in the valley. There weren't many restrictions or formations in the valley where the flower people lived. Wearing the invisibility cloak, Xiaoling Yu only took an hour to go around the entire valley. However, he couldn't find Lan. Could she really be in seclusion in some secret place? Xiaoling Yu couldn't help but think. Then, Xiaoling Yu took the risk to go to many places with tight security. However, he still couldn't find any trace of Lan. For hours later, Xiaoling Yu had no choice but to return and meet up with Gu Yunfei. However, what Xiaoling Yu did not expect was that before he even arrived at the agreed location between the two brothers, he had already received a message from Gu Yunfei, saying that he was being chased by a group of experts from the Charm Mouse clan, and that Hua Wushuang was also with him. What's going on? Xiaoling Yu frowned slightly and then increased his speed. Along the way, Gu Yunfei took the time to send a few more messages to report his location. Naturally, Xiaoling Yu's direction changed again and again. Finally, Xiaoling Yu caught up with Gu Yunfei in a large valley. He also saw a group of strange-looking cultivators surrounding Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang. That group of cultivators were all covered in grayish-black fur. Their noses were very small and looked like they only had 2 nostrils. Although their eyes were very round, they were only the size of beans. The most prominent features on their faces were their long and sharp mouths, as well as a few strands of beard on their cheeks. Furthermore, there was a long and thin tail hanging behind their backs. Their leader was a very large cultivator. However, his body was bent, and he held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. Under the leader's lead, these autognathy experts constantly transformed into streaks of grayish-black shadows and attacked Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang with swift movements. At this moment, Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang seemed to be seriously injured. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This Motherf asterisk Kerr is the real deal. Xiaoling Yu cursed inwardly. Then, he stealthily approached the leading autognathy cultivator. Chapter 159. He can actually sense my aura. Xiaoling Yu knew that he couldn't ambush the other party, so he took off the invisibility cloak and flapped his wings of extreme speed behind him. He dodged the whiskers and arrived in front of the other party, kicking at the other party's stomach. With Xiaoling Yu's current strength and the speed of the speed wings, the autognathy master, who was only a 6th tribulation individual immortal, could not dodge or block his attack. However, although Xiaoling Yu's kick hit the opponent's body suddenly blurred and flew far away like a puff of green smoke. You're really something. Xiaoling Yu praised and flew to Gu Yunfei's side. Then, he took out the phoenix feather and swept out a circle of scorching heat waves. The average cultivation of this group of autognathy practitioners was only around the 3rd tribulation. Naturally, they did not dare to take the attack of the fairy weapon head-on. Immediately, They scattered in all directions. Those who ran a little slower were all burned to ashes by the scorching heat waves. The opponent's leader seemed to know how powerful Xiaolingyu was. He immediately let out a low growl and then retreated with his subordinates like a tide. Xiaolingyu did not chase after them. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but that an opponent of this level was not worth his time. "Are you all okay?" Xiaolingyu turned around and asked with concern. "I'm fine, but Miss Hua may be seriously injured," Gu Yunfei replied as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Miss Hua has been imprisoned for many years. Her strength has not recovered. After this battle, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to recover. The body of the flower spirit is indeed too weak," Xiaolingyu said with a frown as he glanced at Hua Wuxuan. "It's all my fault. I was too impulsive and could not help but sneak into the depths of Otagnathi's territory. I'm really sorry that I had to trouble you two to help me," Hua Wuxuan said politely with a pale face. "The body of the flower spirit cannot be healed by consuming pills. I have a cloudy mist fruit here. I hope it will be of help to Lady Hua," Xiaolingyu said as she took out a jade box. When the jade box was opened, wisps of mist rose from within. Although the cloud mist fruit is only a top-grade spiritual medicine, this one has been nurtured for many years. Its quality is not lower than that of a low-grade celestial medicine. You have saved me twice. I really can't accept such a generous gift from you." Hua Wuxuan flatly refused after taking a look at it. "Haha, a mere cloud mist fruit is not worth mentioning. Miss Wuxuan, it's better if you don't take care of your severely injured body in time. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive for more than a year." Miss Wuxuan is also a person who values friendship and righteousness. How can you be so bashful at this time? Xiaolingyu said with a smile and forced the jade box into Hua Wuxuan's hands. Sometimes Xiaolingyu was very stingy, but other times he was very generous. The key was to see if the other party was to his liking and temperament. When Hua Wuxuan heard this, she bowed deeply to Xiaolingyu and then kept the jade box. "By the way, I have something to tell both of you. This time, I infiltrated the depths of Otagnathi's territory. Although I didn't find any useful information, I accidentally saw Lan," Hua Wuxuan suddenly said. "What? Why would Lan be in Otagnathi's territory?" Gu Yunfei immediately asked anxiously. "No wonder I couldn't find Lan even after infiltrating the flower people's territory for 4 hours," Xiaolingyu replied. "I'm not sure what exactly happened. However, Lan was indeed in Otagnathi's territory," Hua Wuxuan replied. "How is she now?" Gu Yunfei asked again. "At that time, she was in a loft. Everything is fine. Her cultivation wasn't sealed and her expression was very calm." Hua Wuxuan nodded and replied. "That clan leader actually lied to us," Gu Yunfei said angrily. "How strong are Otagnathi's experts?" Xiaolingyu asked more directly. "Otagnathi's strongest expert, which is their clan leader, is at the 8 Tribulations realm. Below him, there are 3 7 Tribulations realm experts. Among all the races in the chaotic Star Ocean, they could be ranked among the top." Hua Wuxuan answered first and then asked, "Don't tell me you're thinking of barging into Otagnathi's territory." "Yes, I'm thinking of that." Xiaolingyu nodded and replied. "You can't do that. Right now, Otagnathi's territory is heavily guarded. Even if you're not weak, you won't be able to withstand the siege of so many experts." Hua Wuxuan shook her head to stop him and then added, "Don't tell me you're one of the 9 Tribulations." "I'm not one of the 9 Tribulations. However, I'm confident that I can go to Otagnathi and ask for someone. Even if they don't comply and attack me together, I can at least escape safely." Xiaolingyu shook her head and then said very confidently, "Actually, I can also see that you're not an itinerant immortal, itinerant devil, or itinerant demon. Even if you're at the late stage of the Mayana realm and have all kinds of powerful magic treasures, you can't escape safely after barging into Otagnathi's territory, right?" Hua Wuxuan said in disbelief. "My brother's ability can't be seen from the surface," Gu Yunfei said proudly. "I still think you should think twice before you act." Hua Wuxuan didn't know Xiaolingyu's background, so she naturally advised her out of kindness. "Ha, Miss Wuxuan, Find a place to heal first. My brother will protect you. If you encounter an accident, send me a message and I'll rush back immediately." After Xiao said this with a smile, he immediately put on the invisibility cloak again and went to Otagnathi's territory. What Xiao never expected was that before he sneaked into Otagnathi's territory, he had already received a message from Gu Yunfei asking for help. It seems that the Six Tribulation Charm rats have invited someone stronger. If I had known earlier, I would have killed them all. Xiao Yu immediately turned around and increased his speed to the maximum in a moment. His body was like a silver stream of light. In fact, Xiao Yu also knew that even if he killed all the charm rats, their families would know that something had happened through the Broken Soul Jade Slip and would send experts to investigate. This was also Otagnathi's territory, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to search for enemies here. In just over 100 breaths' time, Xiao Yu once again returned to Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang's side. The three of them were surrounded by countless Otagnathi experts. What a huge tribe! They can send out tens of thousands of people just to kill an enemy. Looking at the densely packed Otagnathi cultivators around them, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Yu returned in time. The other party had just formed an encirclement and didn't send out many useful attacks. If Xiao Yu returned a little later, the other party would only need to charge once, and the Otagnathi cultivators would be able to directly kill Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang. They're really willing to go all out for Miss Wushuang. They actually sent out 2 Seventh Tribulation experts at once. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and looked around, then said meaningfully, "They know that I'm doing my best to prevent the flower people from relying on them. However, they're definitely not making such a big move because of me, but because they know that you're too strong." Hua Wushuang said after calming her blood and qi. "The Otagnathi cultivators' movement techniques aren't bad, but the others are too ordinary." Xiao Yu judged, "Fellow Taoist, don't underestimate their movement techniques. The reason why they've been able to exist for so many years and rank among the upper echelons of the various clans is because their movement techniques are extremely strange and powerful. When other clans of the same realm fight with them, they often suffer greatly because of their movement techniques." Hua Wushuang reminded, after saying that the Otagnathi cultivators that had formed an encirclement began to attack. Numerous figures rushed towards Xiao Yu and the other two like ghosts. At the same time, there were shrill and ear-piercing screams. "Cannon fodder," Xiao Yu shouted softly. The phoenix feather in his hand swept out a circle of scorching waves of fire, burning all the figures that approached into nothingness. Following that, many Otagnathi cultivators rushed over, but they were still annihilated by the phoenix feather's scorching waves of fire. The other party didn't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. The 2 Seven Tribulation experts brought 5 Six Tribulation experts and flew towards Xiao Yu and the other two. Their figures were even more erratic, as if they could teleport and dance at the same time. Xiao Yu first took out the golden horn shield to defend against Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang. Then, the 6 demons suppressing immortal pearls floated above Xiao Yu's head. However, they didn't provide any defense for Xiao Yu. Instead, after trembling for a while, they turned into 6 rays of white light and attacked each of the figures that were fluttering. What surprised Xiao Yu was that he had clearly locked onto the other party. But after the demon suppressing immortal pearls hit the other party's body would immediately dissipate and then gather in another place. Even so, Xiao Yu didn't stop attacking. The 6 demons suppressing immortal pearls were activated repeatedly, at least to restrain the other party. Xiao Yu couldn't injure the other party, and it was difficult for the other party to get close. Of course, Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't let the situation go on like this. He suddenly stretched out his arms, and a poisonous fog gushed out from his palms. In a few breaths' time, the poisonous fog had filled a large area of the surrounding space. "I'll teach you to still float." Xiao Yu grinned. The poisonous fog gushing out from his body had already turned into a fire poison, and it was getting denser and denser, causing the nearby autognathy cultivators with weaker cultivations to all start screaming. Even the 5-6 tribulation experts who were floating around in the surroundings held on for a while, and then hurriedly flew out of the poisonous fog. Only the 2-7 tribulation experts weren't affected by the poisonous fog, but they were chased by the 6 demons suppressing immortal pearls to the point that they could only flee and were unable to launch any threatening attacks. Xiao Lingyu naturally couldn't just use the poisonous fog to deal with them. After seeing that the poisonous fog had already achieved a rather good effect, his wings of extreme speed flapped again, and his 10 fingers quickly formed a seal. After a few moments, Xiao Lingyu sent out a primal chaos seal. In order to coordinate with his attack, the 6 demon suppressing immortal pearls all surrounded a figure. The figure was surrounded by the 6 demon suppressing immortal pearls and didn't know which direction to float in. He seemed to know that the 6 demons suppressing immortal pearls were very powerful and definitely couldn't take them head-on, so he could only choose to take on Xiao Lingyu's primal chaos seal. Chapter 160. The 7 Calamity Charm, Rat underestimated the power of the primal chaos seal. After all, he had never seen this kind of seal before, so it was very difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. After his body flew far away, his reaction was slightly slower due to his heavy injuries, and he was directly trapped by the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs. The other 7 Calamity Charm, Rats saw that the situation was not good, and directly gave up on saving his companion. He immediately fled towards Autognathy's camp, without even turning back to look. Since the 7 Calamity expert had fled, the other Autognathy cultivators naturally would not stay behind. They had mustered a large force to come here, but ended up fleeing in panic. This Autognathy cultivator is indeed very cunning. Not only did he flee in the face of battle, he even gave up on his comrades. It's really a miracle that they can survive until now. Xiao Lingyu had a new understanding of autognathy, and could not help but feel a bit of disdain and contempt in his heart. Under the seal of the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs, the 7 Calamity Charm, Rat had been trying to break out, but all his efforts were in vain. The autognathy were born with ghost-like movement techniques, but their own attacks were very few and very poor. Xiao Lingyu and the other 2 slowly flew to the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs. Xiao Lingyu asked, "Miss Wu Shuang, how should we deal with this guy? There's no point in keeping him, just kill him." Hua Wu Shuang said coldly. She was very enthusiastic towards her own kind, and even risked her life to find out the situation for them. However, she did not have the slightest tolerance towards autognathy's experts. Xiao Lingyu nodded, and the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs began to release streaks of white light that were like sharp swords, continuously attacking the 7 Calamity Charm Rat. The opponent only lasted for 10 breaths of time before his already heavily injured body began to collapse. Even his nascent soul and primordial spirit were not left behind. After killing the 7 Calamity Charm Rat and putting away the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs, Xiao Lingyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Autognathy's 8 Calamity expert will probably be here soon. Previously, I really underestimated your strength. You were able to easily deal with 2 7 Calamity demonic rats, and so many demonic rats with strong cultivation. Your strength is definitely not below that of an 8 Calamity," Hua Wushuang praised. "I've already told you that you can't judge my brother's strength by his appearance." Gu Yunfei revealed a proud expression. "Autognathy has been around for so many years. I'm sure their clan leader is not weak. He might have some special abilities or treasures. We should avoid him for now," Xiao Lingyu said calmly. "It's all up to you," Hua Wushuang said without any objections. "All right then, let's retreat a little further." As Xiao Lingyu spoke, he used his power to wrap around Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang. Then, with his back facing Autognathy's base, he quickly flew away. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Xiao Lingyu finally stopped and said, This place is already quite far from Otagnathi's base. Even if they send out their entire clan to search, it will take a long time for them to find this place. You guys wait here first. I'll go to Otagnathi again. You have to be careful this time, Hua Wushuang reminded again. Miss Wushuang also has to hurry up and heal. After replying, Xiao Lingyu put on the invisibility cloak and left. Another 3 days later, Xiao Lingyu returned to the entrance of Otagnathi's base. Under the cover of the invisibility cloak, although he encountered many Otagnathi cultivators who came out to search, he was not discovered by any of the charm mice until he sneaked into the depths of Otagnathi's base. Perhaps it was because Otagnathi had suffered great losses previously, but their base was now very heavily guarded. Not only were there many sentries, but the restrictions and formations in charge of security were all activated. Even Xiao Lingyu, who was wearing the invisibility cloak, had to carefully explore and did not dare to be too presumptuous. It was not that Xiao Lingyu was afraid of Otagnathi's 8th tribulation expert, but he did not want to cause too much trouble. Wouldn't it be better if he could quietly take Lana away? Previously, Hua Wushuang had already told Xiao Lingyu the location of the loft where Lana was. Xiao Lingyu searched for about 2 hours before he found the loft in the depths of the base that covered a wide area. Back then, Hua Wushuang had said that there were 2 Otagnathi cultivators guarding outside the loft. But now there were not 2, but 2 rows of them. Moreover, their strength was between the 4th tribulation and the 6th tribulation. Isn't the standard of protection too high? Xiao Lingyu thought to himself in surprise. The entire loft was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Even Xiao Lingyu's consciousness could not penetrate those restrictions to see the situation inside. Xiao Lingyu had no choice but to stop because the previous battle told him that the invisibility cloak did not seem to be able to escape the senses of the 6th tribulation Otagnathi cultivators, and there was a 6th tribulation charm mouse at the entrance of the loft. After thinking for a while, Xiao Lingyu felt that it was better not to dawdle and immediately continued forward. Just as he expected, the invisibility cloak really could not escape the senses of the 6th tribulation charm mouse. He had just reached the entrance when the 6th tribulation charm mouse suddenly narrowed its eyes. A broadsword appeared in its hand, and it slashed horizontally at Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu leaned to the side and then slapped the broadsword with his palm. The broadsword was not an immortal weapon or a demonic weapon. Under Xiao Lingyu's palm, it immediately shattered. The 6th tribulation charm mouse's face immediately turned pale, and it could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Lingyu quickly approached and rewarded the 6th tribulation charm mouse with a flying kick. Although the 6th tribulation charm mouse did not dodge Xiao Lingyu's flying kick, its body directly turned into smoke after being kicked and gathered again in the distance. This was not the first time Xiao Lingyu had seen such a strange situation, so he was not at all surprised. Instead, he exerted force with his palm and blasted the door of the attic open. In a flash, he rushed into the attic. However, what Xiao Lingyu did not expect was that as soon as he stepped over the threshold, a vigorous aura rushed toward him. Xiao Lingyu's expression changed. He suddenly exerted force with his front foot, and his body flew backward at an extremely fast speed like a sparrow hawk. The vigorous aura did not disappear after forcing Xiao Lingyu back. Instead, it locked onto Xiao Lingyu and chased after him. Oomph! Xiao Lingyu snorted. As his body continued to fly backward, the chaos seal in the shape of an yin-yang fish appeared between his fingers. Then, he suddenly stopped and pushed his arms forward. The chaos seal whizzed out. Boom! After an explosion, the ground and space trembled. Under the bombardment of the chaos seal, the imposing aura finally collapsed. At this moment, 2 Otagnathi cultivators slowly walked out of the attic. One of them was relatively tall and straight, but he looked very dignified and imposing. The other was slightly younger, but he also looked like a rat. Xiao Lingyu instantly judged that the tall Mei Shu was very strong. He should be the leader of the Otagnathi clan, which meant that he was the only 8th tribulation expert in Otagnathi. The young Mei Shu's cultivation was not very high. The aura overflowing from his body was only comparable to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the tribulation transcendence stage. How dare you trespass into Otagnathi's territory? The young cultivator shouted loudly as soon as he walked out. I don't think there's anything here that I can't trespass into, Xiao Yu replied indifferently. You will pay for your ignorance and arrogance with your life. The young cultivator snorted. With just you? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. You? The young cultivator glared at him. He looked very angry, but he did not dare to move at all. If it weren't for Otagnathi's protection, I could crush millions of people like you with one finger, Xiao Yu said with great disdain and contempt. Good. I'll see what ability you have to be so arrogant. The young Meishu was provoked by these words and really wanted to rush out. However, just as he was about to move, he was pulled back by the tall Meishu expert beside him. You are indeed very weak compared to him. Don't go to your death. The 8 tribulations Meishu looked at Xiao Yu and said, Does our Otagnathi have any enmity with you? Xiao Yu pretended to think for a while and replied, I don't think so. Does our Otagnathi have any treasures that you want? The 8 tribulations Meishu asked again. No. Xiao Yu shook his head. Then why do you keep going against our Otagnathi? Not only did you kill our Otagnathi experts, but you also trespassed into the depths of our Otagnathi's territory. Do you really think our Otagnathi is easy to bully? The 8 tribulations Meishu asked coldly. I came here for a flower people girl called Lana. If the clan leader can make an exception and let me take her away, I promise that I will never go near Otagnathi's territory again and will never fight with Otagnathi's cultivators again. How about it? Xiao Yu said calmly. Humph. What do you think our Otagnathi is? How can we let you come and go as you please? You really don't know what's good for you. The young Meishu could not help but interject again. Shut up. The 8 tribulations Meishu frowned and scolded the young Meishu. The young Meishu felt very wronged and depressed. His body was trembling with anger. Miss Lana has already agreed to marry my grandson. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. The 8 tribulations Meishu glared at the young Meishu again and shook his head. Oh, Xiao Yu showed surprise at this time. What is your relationship with my granddaughter-in-law, Lana? The 8 tribulations Meishu asked. Nothing. I wonder if I can ask Miss Lana to come out and meet me? Xiao Yu returned to normal. My wife is not someone you can meet just because you want to. The young cultivator spoke again. However, the 8 tribulations Meishu did not scold him this time. He also echoed, There are still a few days before my grandson and Lana officially become Taoist companions. It's really not convenient to meet guests at this time. If you don't let me meet her, how can I leave in peace? Xiao Yu said non-committally. The 8 tribulations Meishu did not wait for his grandson to finish speaking and spoke first. You can meet her, but you have to promise that you won't forcibly take her away. As long as there's nothing wrong with her, I won't forcibly take her away. Xiao Yu nodded in response. That's good. The 8 tribulations Meishu turned to the young Meishu and said, Go and ask Lana to come out. Grandfather. The young Meishu was obviously very reluctant. Go quickly. The 8 tribulations Meishu said majestically, as if he could not be refused. The young Meishu was still inexperienced and did not know how powerful Xiao Yu was. He felt that this was the depths of Otagnathi's territory, and there was an 8 tribulations powerhouse here. He really should not be so polite to the visitor. Chapter 161. Xiao Yu felt that Lan and his elder brother, Gu Yunfei, must be in love with each other. Therefore, his intuition told him that Lana must have been coerced or under some other circumstances to come to Otagnathi's residence and agree to marry the young succubus. Moreover, Lana had not come out to observe such a big commotion outside. This did not make sense. Under normal circumstances, Lana should have come out to take a look. After all, this was her doorstep. The logical explanation was that Lana could not move at all at this time, and her freedom was restricted. However, what Xiao Yu did not expect was that when Lan came out, she was smiling and holding the young succubus arm. She looked very happy. "This is the guest who wants to see me, but I don't know him." Lan, who was beautiful and looked very pure and lovely, pointed at Xiao Lingyu and said with a smile. Xiao Lingyu compared in his heart and felt that this woman was undoubtedly Lan. His heart could not help but feel relieved. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lingyu walked slowly to Lan and scanned her body with his consciousness without any hindrance. He did not find any abnormalities. Although this was a little rude to Lan, the 8 calamity succubus did not raise any objections. As for Lan and the young succubus, due to their weak cultivation, they could not sense Xiao Lingyu's spying at all. Xiao Lingyu even checked the condition of Lan soul. In the end, he helplessly found that there was nothing wrong with Lan, or rather, he could not see anything wrong with Lan. The 8 calamity succubus did not make a move, but from the aura he released just now, it could be seen that his strength was extraordinary. Even if Xiao Lingyu made a move, he could not forcibly take Lan away. He could easily leave under the obstruction of an 8 calamity expert, but with Lan whose cultivation was weaker, it was not certain. "Miss Lan, I wonder if you still remember a man from the human race called Gu Yunfei?" Xiao Lingyu asked after thinking for a while. "I remember. I even played with him for a while when I was traveling outside a few years ago," Lan replied bluntly. Hearing this, the young Mei Shu's face immediately darkened. He said in a low, muffled voice, "Why didn't you tell me about this? What's there to say? I only met him by chance. At that time, I was too bored by myself, so I found an interesting person to accompany me. You wouldn't resent me because of this, would you?" Lan said nonchalantly. The young Mei Shu immediately squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course not. I'm not a narrow-minded, vulgar person. Since Miss Lan has said so, I have nothing more to say. My poor big brother is just wishful thinking, but he is still so infatuated." Xiao Lingyu sighed. "Actually, I've known about his feelings for me for a long time. However, it's impossible for us to be together. You humans see us as uncivilized alien races. There are too many differences between us. It's impossible for us to be together. Also, Gu Yunfei is indeed a good person. He's trustworthy and has good abilities. However, I really don't have any feelings for him." Lan was said seemingly sincerely. Through these words, Xiao Lingyu didn't find anything wrong with it. "Did you hear that? Go back and tell your big brother to give up. Lan is the granddaughter of the Flower People's clan leader. Her status is noble, and she's not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can dream of touching," the young Mei Shu said proudly. Hearing this, Xiao Lingyu's eyes suddenly shrank. She waved her hand to slap the young cultivator's face. The distance was too close, and the 8 calamity Mei Shu did not expect Xiao Lingyu to suddenly attack. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. However, he would not watch his grandson be attacked. Immediately, the whiskers on his cheeks swept towards Xiao Lingyu's back. If Xiao Lingyu stopped now, she could dodge the 8 calamity Mei Shu's attack, but he would not be able to attack the young Mei Shu. In the eyes of the 8 calamity Mei Shu, his attack could definitely seriously injure the other party, and the other party would definitely retreat. However, he underestimated Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu did not retreat. She slapped the young Mei Shu's face fiercely. However, she did not use her full strength. She only sent the other party flying far away. The 8 calamity Mei Shu's whiskers also swept Xiao Lingyu's back. At the same time, Xiao Lingyu felt a huge force surge into her back. At the same time, she also felt waves of pain. She could not help but stagger 2 steps. After stabilizing her body again, Xiao Lingyu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Even if her body was comparable to a low-grade immortal weapon, it was difficult to completely defend against such a solid attack. It was inevitable that she would be injured. Even if she was injured, Xiao Lingyu wanted to teach the young Mei Shu a lesson. Who asked him to call Gu Yunfei a cat or a dog? Xiao Lingyu could not tolerate people scolding her relatives and friends. If it were not for Miss Lan, you would have lost your life now. In the future, watch your mouth. Not everyone is willing to be scolded by you. Xiaoling Yu first taught the young Mei Shu a lesson. Then, she said to Lan Er, "There's something wrong with your eyesight. This fellow can't compare to my big brother at all. He only has Otognathi as his backer. But my big brother has me, and I alone am not afraid of the entire Mei Shu clan. You will definitely regret this choice of yours." After saying this, Xiaoling Yu strode out of Otognathi's residence as if there was no one else around. Along the way, he did not put on the invisibility cloak. He just swaggered through Otognathi's residence. However, not a single Otognathi cultivator dared to find trouble with him. For countless years, Xiaoling Yu was the first person who dared to be so presumptuous in Otognathi's residence. In the past, there were 9 calamity experts who came to Otognathi. However, although those 9 calamity experts had the right to be arrogant, they did not have the temperament to be arrogant. "Grandfather, how can you let him go just like that?" The young Mei Shu shouted anxiously and angrily. "Oomph. You'd better behave yourself in the future. Work hard to improve your cultivation and state of mind. Don't embarrass me anymore." After berating the young Mei Shu, the 8th calamity, Mei Shu flicked his sleeves and left. It was not that he did not want to keep the other party, but he did not have full confidence in being able to take him down. Moreover, when the other party attacked his grandson just now, it was obvious that he had shown mercy. This meant that he did not want to fight to the death with him. Why should he fight to the death for some face? After all, he was the pillar of Otognathi. He could not lose or be injured so easily. Looking at Xiaoling Yu's arrogant and calm back, Lan Er still accompanied the young Otognathi cultivator with a smile on her face. However, her heart was extremely conflicted and painful. Sometimes, the feeling of not being able to control one's own body was the most torturous and unbearable. After Xiaoling Yu left Otognathi, he first contacted Gu Yunfei. After asking about his and Hua Wushuang's location, he flew over at full speed. 3 days later, Xiaoling Yu met up with Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang. He then told them in detail about what he had seen and heard in Otognathi. After Gu Yunfei heard, his expression was as ugly as it could be. He did not say anything for a long time. Xiaoling Yu also did not know how to comfort his elder brother, so he could only accompany him in silence. On the other hand, Hua Wushuang muttered to herself for a while before saying, "I watched Lan Er grow up. With her foresight and state of mind, she definitely would not fall for a playboy like Otognathi. There must be something wrong with this matter. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Gu Yunfei suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the clouds. "Big brother, don't be so agitated. Perhaps things really are not as simple as they seem." Xiaoling Yu quickly placed his hand on Gu Yunfei's shoulder and comforted him. "No, I must see her personally. I will only give up if she tells me personally." As Gu Yunfei spoke, he shook off Xiaoling Yu's hand and flew towards Otognathi's base. "Ai!" Xiaoling Yu sighed and helplessly chased after him. After catching up, he used his inner energy to wrap around Gu Yunfei and Hua Wushuang, and together they returned to Otognathi's base. This round trip took Xiaoling Yu a full 6 days since he left Otognathi and returned here. Coincidentally, just as the 3 of them arrived outside Otognathi's base, they saw many foreign race practitioners slowly walking towards the entrance of Otognathi's base. After asking around, they found out that the grandson of Otognathi's clan leader was going to hold a grand wedding with the granddaughter of the Flower People's clan leader today. These foreign races were all here to congratulate them. It was said that the Flower People had sent almost all the experts in their clan to observe the ceremony. Hearing this news, Gu Yunfei's mood naturally fell to the lowest point. At the entrance of Otognathi's base, a 7 tribulation expert led a few 6 tribulation experts to welcome the guests. When they saw Xiaoling Yu and the other 2, their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly sent a message to the clan leader. What they did not expect was that the clan leader actually said that they could let Xiaoling Yu and the other 2 in. Just like that, Xiao Yu and the other two walked into a large hall without any hindrance. This large hall was said to be the place where the Otagnathi's entire clan gathered. Since the Otagnathi's clan was very large, this large hall occupied a large area. The square hall was 100,000 feet long and wide. Even if a huge dragon was placed inside, it would look very small. In addition, the large hall was already filled with practitioners from various races. Therefore, Xiao Yu and the other two were like a wave in a vast sea. The largest number of practitioners in the large hall were naturally the Otagnathi practitioners. 60% of their entire clan's practitioners were gathered here. After all, this was not only a wedding, but also an official announcement of the Flower People's allegiance to Otagnathi. It was also an opportunity for Otagnathi to display their strength to the other races. Quite a few people from the Flower Spirit clan had also come, and all of them were experts at the third tribulation or above. As the clan leader of the Flower Spirit clan, and also the parent of the girl, the beautiful middle-aged woman naturally wouldn't be absent. Moreover, she always had a smile on her face. Many foreign races on the Lang Huang continent had a good relationship with the Flower People. After all, the Flower People were rich in beauties, and many of these beauties were married off. Most of the foreign races on the Lang Huang continent had women from the Flower People. It was also because of this that the Flower People were rarely attacked by other foreign races. If the Flower People were in trouble, many foreign races would be willing to help. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.